Bigger, better, bolder. The cold, hard truth is taking talk to the next level. Right here on Bobo 89.1 FM, Cayman's Community Radio. We are still spilling the tea and committed to being part of the change that Cayman so desperately needs. Join Sandy Hill weekdays from 7:30 a.m. for Premier Access, Cayman Voices, Truthful Thursdays, and much more. Cayman's #1 talk show is now bigger, better, bolder, and more than talk. Getting results with hot topics, consumer reports, court exposés, and more.
I've come to set the record straight. I've come to shine the light on you. Let me introduce myself. I am the cold, hard truth.
Now, from the CMR studio in Grand Cayman, live, direct, it's the cold, hard truth. Now, join the conversation on 345-936-2626.
That number again is
345-936-2626.
I am Richard Hugh, President and CEO of CUC. Our focus has always been on you, our customers. Times are changing, and so are your expectations. We are listening to our employees and the people of the Cayman Islands to find new opportunities that can improve your experience. We are working every day to provide you with a safe and reliable electricity service. You are at the core of everything that we do. We are exploring and adopting new technologies and sources of energy which will benefit you as we become more reliable and more efficient, which will mean lower energy costs. We are working to improve our energy management tools, offer new products and services, and provide 24/7 customer support. Our new vision, empowering Cayman to be a global leader, is building momentum towards a better future for our islands.
Recover Personal Injury Attorneys, helping injured people get what they deserve. Did you know that insurance companies have lawyers that represent their interests? Before signing and accepting any settlement, know your rights. Call us today for a free consultation at 924-9999. That's 924-9999. Recover. Your personal injury attorneys are on standby to assist.
People talking,
people talking? What are they talking about? This world's gone crazy, and I'm trying to find a way out. Nobody knows where we're going, or if we're going at all. Nobody cares if we stand, if we have nowhere to fall. It's a singing symphony, playing as the ship goes down. It's a porcelain epiphany, breaking if it hits the ground. I gotta find a way out. So many questions answered without an answer to tell. Too many things on my mind for anything to go well. It's a singing symphony, playing as the ship goes down. It's a porcelain epiphany, breaking if it hits the ground. I gotta find a way out. Oh, it's a singing symphony. I hear the people talking. What are they talking about? This world's gone crazy, and I'm trying to find a way.
No. Okay. Huh. This is strange. Very, very strange. Oh, wait a minute. Can y'all hear me now? Can you hear me now? Oh, I think I resolved it. Social media. Can you hear me now? Honey child. I think I might have done it. I think I had a meeting on. Yep, you can hear me. Woo! Saved by the bell. Good morning, beautiful people. Yeah, that was one little change. I was having a meeting the other day. Was that on Friday? I can't remember when it was now. But maybe that's what it was. And I was trying to make some changes so I could hear them through the Zoom. I tell you what, one thing I don't do anymore is I don't have Zoom meetings on this same computer that I do my my show from, because I don't know, something always seems to get messed up. Okay, so I think we're good. Yes, all right. Good morning, beautiful people. Now I am going to, give me 1 second. I'm going to just send out all the links to everyone. I was all kind of confused just now. I was like, what is going on? I don't understand it. Good morning. So the birthday girl's birthday, that's little Miss Gigi, was this weekend. She was 9 on Saturday, the 9th of August. Whoop, whoop. And low-key birthday, but she still had lots of fun. We did a little staycation. Big shout out to the good folks over at the Indigo. Well, they sure know how to treat you well. Although I think they owe me a night. I'm just saying. I heard they had some special that I didn't know about till I left. They have a local special. Did y'all hear about this? Look at me giving them free advertising. They're a nice facility though. Staycation. Stay for 2 nights, get the third for free. I'm like, really? So you mean I could have slept there last night, hugging up those comfy pillows? Ugh. Now you tell me. So, she loves a good pool, and we don't have a pool at home. I sacrifice the pool for the pickleball court, only because it's more practical. Although, I must say, poor her, she probably would have lived in that pool 24/7. But anyway, hold on. Let me mute YouTube. There we go. So she had a few friends over, enjoyed herself. Nothing major, but you know what? Kids need less. They're totally fine with just a good time. As we say, experiences. Yes, give them experiences. But go check it out. It's a nice facility. We ate at the restaurant there. I'm in love with a few things there. In terms of on the food was good. Everybody was professional. Actually, there's a young man who was who worked at the beach, not the beach, the pool. So what they do is they give you their little card, and it has a QR code, and then you can go and give them feedback on the service that you got from him. I was like, oh wow, I love that idea. So I have his card here somewhere. I promised him I would do it, and I will. Very, very nice young man. Saw a few Caymanian faces. Thank you. Nice to see. And they would tickle pink to see me too. They're like, hey, Miss Sandy. All right. At 936-2626, we got things to talk about, people to talk about. And that's what we do. Bringing you the Swiss Honey Chow. We do have some guests from UCCI who are going to pop in around 8 o'clock this morning. So when they pop in, we will have a chat with them. Let me just get their links ready, actually, and see what's going on. Well, my birthday's coming up on the 18th, by the way. It's been 9 years now that I've really not had a proper birthday party. Every year I'm like, oh, I should do something this year for my birthday. It doesn't happen when you have a kid that was born so close to your birthday. I'm like, she might as well have been born on my birthday, like, honestly. Just give her the day already. There goes all my parties. I wasn't really much of a partier anyway. I'm low-key like, give me a massage for my birthday. let's go have dinner. I celebrate the whole month, of course. So I've got friends. I'm like, you can take me today. You can take me tomorrow. You can take me next week. We'll make it a month-long event. So, big shout out to all the August birthday folks, of course. The pageant was also on her birthday. Now, oh Lord, I'm so sick and tired of y'all with these pageants. Oh, we got a few minutes before the people come on from UCCI. Let's have them come on first, I guess. And then we can talk about pageantry. What do they say? Pageantry, and there's like a quote around that I'm trying to remember. But we'll deal with the pageantry of UCCI first, and then we'll get into the details of all this other mess y'all call pageants. Mr. Livingston, who else is joining us this morning? Because we are ready to rock and roll. I see you. If we can get started with you, we're going to do it. Let me just check my notes and I can tell you exactly who's coming. Because, yeah, we got so much to talk about today. Our audience members are sitting there waiting, saying, I need to have this conversation right now. Right now, Auntie, we're going to get it. So tell your people to come on through. We're going to get it. Dun, 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 dun. Happy Monday. Let me just, all right. So if you subscribe to the channel, you should have everything. And then let me just have a quick look here. All right. So UCCI has got registration coming up. Make sure you get in on time so that you can get all the courses that you need. It's very, very important. So we're going to go through some of those details this morning. I'm just having a quick look to see if anyone else is going to be joining us. Let me see. So we've got Dr. Livingston Smith, and we need a Dr. Patricia Robinson, who's the registrar there at UCCI. So once Dr. Patricia Robinson pops in, we are ready to, as they say, rock and roll on a Monday. Instagram folks, how are you beautiful folks doing? Let me read a few messages until Dr. Robinson joins us as well. John LaRue in the house. My God. How old is your kid, by the way, John? Are they like an adult and watching the pageant? Yeah, some stuff went down, honey. Chill. Good morning to Aliano. Good morning to Paul, joining us from Bermuda. Melita's in the house. How you doing? Cam, good morning to you. Yes, so nice to see you here. Just Sarah, belated birthday. Oh, can I tell you guys? It was a birthday miracle. I'm going to tell you this. I think Dr. Robinson just popped in. But I need to tell you guys this because this was an absolute birthday miracle. Now, you guys know I struggle. I'm willing to admit. There's certain things that I am just not really great at. And there's certain things that I'm actually afraid of. I know y'all are thinking, what? Auntie's afraid of something? Yes, I am. I'm afraid of cockroaches, for example. Oh my God, don't even talk to me about them. Ew. But there are a lot of things, in fact, that I'm afraid of. I'm afraid of my daughter's hair. It's just too much. I can't manage it. I can't manage the stress of it. So, for her birthday, of course, she was in the pool all day. And, somebody said they were thinking her birthday was yesterday. No, it was Saturday, the 9th. So she was in the pool all day, like the entire time. Oh my God, crazy. So of course the hair got matted and it was in a hot mess. And then I was like, well, I can't make it stay matted like this because, that's not going to be good. So let me try to help myself. So I had some hair products and I said, right, I can do this. I'm afraid, but I can do this. So I got in the shower. I had my own swimsuit and I, put conditioner on it and I detangled it and I actually styled it myself. I'm so shocked. Yeah, faded Mary Jane. The 9th of August was her birthday. She was 9 years old. And look at what I did. I did this. It's little things in life. Forget about the law degree and the master's degree and the this and the that and whatever. Being a successful business person, none of that matters until you can handle a head full of hair like this. When you can handle this, OMG, this is accomplishment. Dr. Livingston, this feels like I just got a PhD in something. I must tell you, I need an honorary degree after having dealt with this hair. It took me like over 2 hours because, of course, she would have to have very sensitive head, right? And I had to like take my time and clear it out in the shower, condition it, wash it out. And then I sat there and just like did the little twirly things with my finger. I did it. Goes to show you that anybody can learn. Anybody can be taught and anybody can learn. So there we go. First time ever in 9 years that I've actually successfully been able to do something with her hair. And the crazy part is, obviously, even when it was shorter, I was struggling. But the product makes a difference. You guys know last week I was telling you about this new product. It really has made a huge difference. I put a little bit of mousse in it. So trying a little something new. I'll show it to you guys later on. I'm sure she'll want to come through the studio so you can see how it's looking a few days later. But yes, Mama did that. Dr. Livingston, good morning. How are you? I'm got you up on the screen now. Pull your camera down a little bit for me so I can see more of you and less of the roof of the ceiling. Yes, there we go.
Thank you.
All right. How are you?
I am fantastic. And I was just looking at what you did with that hairstyle and wondered what you could do to mine.
Now you see, you're easy because there's nothing there. So I can just, brush it. Nothing's going to happen. Oh, I tell you what, it's all the little things in life that sometimes give you the most joy. And welcome. I know you guys have so much stuff going on at UCCI in terms of available courses. We're going to invite Dr. Robinson in, who is the registrar as well. Good morning to Dr. Patricia Robinson. How are you?
I'm doing well. Good morning. I hope everybody is well.
Yes, thank you so much for joining us. So we need to talk about the fact that you've got fall 2025 enrollment underway. Has it started already?
Yes, it has. Registration and admission have been ongoing for the past couple of weeks.
Okay.
Classes are getting ready to start this September 1st.
Yes. All right. Very good. So we're going to talk about the details of this. I believe it was last year. Correct me if I'm wrong, Dr. Livingston. Dr. Livingston is the acting president and CEO of UCCI. You guys actually had some record numbers last year. Was it last year? You had some record enrollment numbers?
Dr. Patrick, you could speak to that.
Yes.
Yes. Good. Last year we had close to, I think it was 1,400 students, if I'm not mistaken, for the fall semester that was with us. And we're looking to surpass that this year. So we're trying to get the word out, let everyone know that UCCI is your school, your university for you to attend.
Yeah. Well, this is fantastic.
And Sandy, if I could come in here.
Sure.
Dr. Pat is an amazing registrar, believe me. She will update us on all the details. But I want to make the broad point, though, that now is the time to get started. So if persons are listening and you're thinking about starting the studies, I would say to you, there is no time like now. UCCI offers amazing opportunities. I'm not sure of the extent to which people know how far UCCI has come. Our students who graduated last semester, for example, some of them are going to continue with us, but many of them have gone overseas to do their bachelor's, master's degrees in the best schools. They have no issues at all. We're very, very much accredited. And so we are a university that is we keep getting stronger and stronger. So I want to encourage persons, you want to do a degree here, whether you want a certificate, associate, bachelor's, or master's degrees, we have it all here. Dr. Pat is going to talk to us about the plans we have to make registration seamless. When you come on campus to get registered, if you come in person, we want to ensure that you come, you enjoy the process, and that you leave in good time. I'll come back in to talk about some other things to do with the 50th anniversary, to do with the weekend program and things like that.
All right, wonderful. Thank you so much for that, Dr. Livingston Smith. So we've got the fall 2025 enrollment. Again, record numbers last year, so they're looking forward to hopefully exceeding that. I mean, they seem to keep going. They're like the little train that could. So let's talk about returning students, you've got new students, and then you've got the dual enrollment, the year 12 dual enrollment students, which a lot of people don't know anything about. So I think we should spend some time discussing that as well, Dr. Robinson. So registration has begun for your associates and your bachelor's, my apologies, programs, as well as your technical and vocational certification. And then there's early access through dual enrollment. So let's break these down. How many associate and bachelor's programs do you have at UCCI?
Our associate and bachelor programs vary. Off the top of my head right now, we probably have about, let me see, roughly in the business department, sciences and math, and our humanities and social sciences, we probably have about 15 or so that we can offer to our students. And it's a wide variety. We have some new ones coming out in the humanities this fall. We have digital media production that's coming out starting this fall. We also have cultural studies that's coming out this fall. In hospitality, we have one in culinary arts management that's also coming out this fall. So we're trying to expand our offering so that people of different interests are able to choose UCCI as their institution of higher study as well.
Digital media, what was the name of that one? Digital media
Production.
Oh, that sounds interesting. All right. Quite a number of courses there, technical and vocational certifications. Now, does that include the short form weekend courses as well, like the QuickBooks and that sort of thing?
I could speak to that. So we have started this weekend program, even though some classes I held on other days. Last Thursday, for example, we graduated quite a few students who did their certificates in AML, hedge funds, and communication studies and so on. And next 2 weeks, we're going to be graduating the 14 students who got into our elderly care program. And we're very delighted to say that all 14 students who started are completing that program. It involved not the theory, but they were placed in different settings, including HSA, to do their practical. So they're really well-trained persons to take care of older persons in the community. And for this semester, we have quite a few other courses coming up in the weekend program. These, as we mentioned, are short courses intended for persons who just want to come in, do something in a short time to activate the other potentials to get ahead in the workplace. And they're taught by very, very skilled persons. I was very pleased on Thursday when I walked around to those graduating and the comments they made about hedge funds, about AML and those courses and the quality of the teachers who we have. So for this semester, we're going to be having certificate courses in AI for persons who want to do those courses, and that's very important. In captive insurance management, in cyber security awareness. We're having some more classes in hedge funds. We have a course called Workplace Technology Essentials, because when we did our studies, we discovered that persons want some basic courses to sharpen their skills in terms of technology. We're going to be having a course in anti-money laundering again, CompTIA A+. Then, of course, we're going to be offering for persons in government. It's called Dependency Government in the Contemporary Caribbean. It's going to be taught by a high-level Caribbean scholar who is at the UN. And the idea is to bring people up to date with what's going on in those areas and to get them sharpened in that particular area. We also have a course in climate change, environmental, social, governance and sustainable finance, and other courses. When when the students graduated on Thursday and I asked them, what else do you want to do? They gave us a long list of other possibilities. And we're taking that seriously because they're saying, we like the idea, we like the structure, and we want to be part of that. All right. I want to talk about, I'm going to come back, when we cover your program, we're all very excited. And so I want to come back to talk about the 50th anniversary for this semester. But Dr. Patman, I want to talk about the fact that we have 2 different weeks for our registration and who's come for those weeks.
Sure. All right. So the logistics, Dr. Robinson, are no doubt very, very important to make sure that everyone has a seamless experience, hopefully. So
Yes.
Tell us now, registration, you said, has already been ongoing. How do you have it organized so that people can come in? Is it better for them to physically come in? Can they do it online? What are the available options?
Okay, so let me start by saying that we have 2 processes that's happening. We have new admission, new students, brand new to the university, and then we also have our returning students coming back to register as well. So for our returning students, we're offering them the week of the 18th to the 22nd for them to come to the campus if they need to seek advisement with their academic advisor and also to register. We've rolled out a new system from last year where our returning students can now self-serve the majority of what they need to do on their student portal. So those who already know what they want to do, they have everything in order, they can go right ahead into the student portal and register. Of course, if they have any holds, they would have to clear those holds first before they can actually register. But the portal will let them know all of that information, if they have a hold, what it is, and how they go about resolving that hold as well, which department they need to speak with. So that's the week of the August 18th to the 22nd. We're asking returning students of UCCI, that's your week. If you need to come on campus, come on campus. We're there to serve you in the hall, is where we'll be doing that as well. Now, for new students, new individuals to the university, we all learn from experience, and we've learned over the years how to try to take steps to make it better. And that is why we're separating the returning students and the new students coming into UCCI. So for the new students, their week that we will be focusing on them would be August 25th to the 29th. So again, we'll be in the hall, but that's for those students brand new to UCCI. We want to make sure that they get our full attention and we can service them, get them processed in the system as quickly as possible. Again, to try to alleviate some of the bottlenecks we had in previous years. We're doing different things a little bit differently here just to make sure we get to service everyone efficiently.
Right. I'm glad to hear that, because I have heard, parents say, oh, my kid went by today and wow, there's no way for them to register and classes already filled up. And so they were new registrations. And I think it was a little bit confusing for them. So glad to see that, like many of us, you learn how to do things a little bit differently for improvements for the experience that your students will be having, both new and returning students. Now, is there an option to do everything completely online? Like, let's say that, I'm busy, I'm working tough to try and save up my money to come to UCCI, so I don't have the option to come in person. Can I just do everything online?
You can.
Wow.
You can. We're in the 21st century, and we can. If you have everything you need and you can upload everything, you can pay online. Our finance had that set up as well. You can submit the documents online. So yes, it can be a total online experience for those who are at that level and able to do that. So no problem there at all. We want to make sure that, students do get the best experience here at UCCI, and we want to make sure that we do our part to enhance that the best way we possibly can.
All right, fantastic. So let's talk about the year 12 dual enrollment students. That's a program, if you can explain to us exactly how that works. So while I'm in high school, I could be going to UCCI at the same time?
During year 12, it's your last year of high school, year 12, where students are no longer attending the public high school per se, but they're still high school students. So they have the opportunity, if they meet the requirements, to attend UCCI and earn their first year of university work, some of their first years of university classes. So they have to go through SciFec. So their schools will, have a form. They got to figure it out, fill it out, and then process that through SciFec. And SciFec lets us know which students are qualified, meet the requirements. We just finished last week. We had 3 days of early registration and admission for those new incoming year 12 students, where if they already have their test scores, if they had everything in order, we were able to get them processed last week and get them into their classes from last week. So we're hoping, you can still do that. You can still submit your applications and your documents if you are pre-qualified. So the year 12 program here at UCCI give those students the opportunity, again, as I mentioned, to earn those college credits, get a taste of university life. Many of them do transfer out, as Dr. Livingston spoke to university in the UK or the US to continue their bachelor's. And some of them stay at UCCI as well to complete their bachelor's. But it's that beginning stage, that entry point into university while you're still a high school student.
And the year 12 students actually come on campus?
Yes, they are on campus all day instead of their high school. They're with us between the hours of 8:30 to 2:30. Is their time as well to be on campus taking classes. Some of them may just have dual enrollment students in a class, but the majority of them, they're intermingled with college students, regular college students. So they're getting that experience, learning how to collaborate, teamwork, projects. So they're getting a deep dive into university life when they do decide to transition or transfer to another university.
That's fantastic. All right. Don't forget, folks, if you have any questions, you can join the conversation, 936-2626. We have in the studio for this segment some representatives from the University College of the Cayman Islands, Dr. Livingston Smith. He's the acting president and CEO. And we also have Dr. Patricia Robinson, who's the registrar, making sure that all of the support is there for both returning and new, as well as year 12 dual enrollment students. So the fall semester, when does fall 2025 start for you guys? What are the dates?
The first day of class is September 1st. And it
1st.
goes till the middle of December when you have final exams.
That's a good date.
But all faculty are back today. And so we start, or in fact, for this week here, we call it Professional Development Week, where we have a significant number of activities meant to prepare faculty and staff for the new school year. For this year, for example, we have a professor from John Brown College, Canada, who's here to be part of that experience. We have quite a few schools that we're linked with, and we have exchanges with them. So I want to talk about a few other things very quickly. I know the time is going so fast. I did mention some courses that we'll be offering in the weekend version. I should mention to you that we're also offering this course, Certificate in Cayman History, Culture, and Government. And that is really like a civics course. There are many persons out there who don't know the basics of government and how it operates, who don't really have a handle on Cayman history and culture, even though they're here. So we want to rectify that. In this course. So please, when it comes out, I'm asking persons to think about registering for this course. We also have, come January, but I want to say from now, a certificate course in sports management that we're offering through Brock University. And for persons who want to get into the elderly care business, the other cohort will be also early next year. Allow me to just quickly bring in our 50th anniversary celebration, because we're into that. And September, we're going to be having our 50th anniversary church service. From September 24 to 26, we're going to be having on campus an important conference by the Caribbean Sociological Association. That conference will cover a lot of grounds in terms of socioeconomic and sociocultural and political issues. So I really want persons to be part of that. The deadline for submission of abstracts is actually this week. And I'm sure we're going to have some help from DMR to do that. We have about 60 abstracts so far. Many persons are coming in to cover various aspects of sociology, like sports sociology, digital sociology, issues to do with rape, and all kinds of things across the Caribbean. It's going to be an interesting conference. And I want persons to register. For persons who are coming in, it's $100, but for persons who are here in Cayman, it's $50. That covers 3-day conference. Also take care of lunch and that kind of thing. We do think that we want to get as many persons, local persons, to be involved in this conference. We are inviting our students to be part of it. It's in a lifetime engagement. November 27th, we're going to have our 50th anniversary distinguished lecture, and that's going to be a significant event. For this semester, Sandra, we're going to launch our online platform because we want to give different opportunities for persons to engage in scholarship at UCCI. For this semester also, we're going to be launching our UCCI research team because we have some real scholars here who are going to take on, knotty issues in society to give a platform of research and scholarship and data. And we're going to be joined by a professor from Yale and one from UWI who are going to be joining our team as we take on important research in Cayman. And of course, I want to also say that there are many opportunities available for sponsorship. So if there are companies listening, you can sponsor some infrastructural development at UCCI. You can start a scholarship program at UCCI. You can fund the many activities that we are going to be engaging in, such as a walkathon or a gala, and so on. We're going to be reigniting our alumni association. So I'm going to be personally calling a large number of business places to say, come on board with us as we continue this upward trajectory.
Lots of things going on. Dr. Robinson, 50 years is certainly a long time. We have Tartarian says, I love these short courses. They do sharpen your skills, especially as we're all busy. Only funding might be an issue. So are there any available, sponsorships for people who may wish to do a short course, but are finding it challenging to find the funding for that?
Let me just comment before Dr. Pat. First, the short courses are pretty inexpensive. I mean, let me not say it that way because it might be for one and not for the other. But you're talking about $600 to $700, and we try to, even put it in 2 parts for the persons to pay. For UCCI, as I mentioned, that we have scholarships, not necessarily for a short course right now, but I want to mention that we have a significant amount of money for Caymanians. If for example you started out and you're falling below the GPA required, we can get you back on track. We have many business places that have come together, and we have monies available for scholarships for Caymanians. So please, if you are listening to me, you have no reason at all not to come on campus. Come and talk to us and start to study. It could be TVET areas, one of our regular associate program, bachelor's program, master's program. We have money for Caymanians to get you started for sure. We're working through with the ministry to see if they can also sponsor the short courses, and we'll keep you updated on that.
Fantastic. So Tartarian and anybody else who may be listening this morning, don't let the lack of funding deter you from, seeking out educational opportunities. Even some of these soft skills courses that are being offered through the university as well. As they say, where there's a will, there's a way.
Yeah,
so across the gamut of business, social work, teachers, education, STEM, and professional technical, they've got electrical and trade as well, known as PTET, which is the electrical installation, HVAC, and hospitality areas. There's been an expansion as part of their hospitality program. I think you guys saw that interview a few months ago. So some of the benefits of attending the University College of the Cayman Islands: affordable tuition, flexible class times. So they've got some evening courses, hybrid, as well as part-time options. And they say it also a very good student support service, including tutoring, wellness, mentorship, and advising. So Dr. Robinson and Dr. Livingston Smith are here this morning giving you a bit more information about, what to look forward to for fall of 2025. So Dr. Patricia Robinson, who's the registrar, let's go ahead and make sure that people have all of the relevant dates now that they need to be cognizant of for the upcoming fall semester.
Yes, indeed. So first and foremost, registration applications are open right now for those who are new to UCCI. The application deadline is this Friday, August 15th, so that we can get you processed and ready to go for the new start of the semester on September 1st. Returning students, UCCI students right now, returning student registration for their classes, your week is August 18th to the 22nd on campus in the hall, or you can self-serve through your student portal. Don't wait for the last minute. As you've heard Miss Sandra alluded to, classes do fill up quickly. So you want to make sure you get yourself, if you're a returning student, get in and register for your classes as quickly as possible. August 25th to the 29th, that is the time we're going to focus on our new incoming students to the UCCI. Our dual enrollment students are just new, first time ever at UCCI. We'll be focusing on them the week of August 22nd to the 29th. And again, classes begin on September 1st. Once you're in UCCI, we do have orientation that's coming up as well. On September 9th, you'll get a welcome back and a freshers day with our student life department, just to give you an overview of the entire university. And then new student orientation and returning student orientation is scheduled for September 11th.
All right. So lots of dates. The website, I'm sure, has all of this information and more relevant information for your students and for anyone who wants to know more. Miss May McDonald says, when are they going to revive the Cayman Brac campus? So what is available to students on the sister islands?
We have our dual enrollment program operates on the sister island, Cayman Brac, and most of our students on the Brac who are not dual enrollment students, they take their classes online here through Teams with our regular students on the Grand Campus.
And just to add to that, Ms. Andrew, we last graduation, we had about 6 persons graduated from the Brac. And they did very well. No, we are definitely, BRAC is part of us, and they join us in our various activities. I was there recently. Other leaders went there recently to see how much more we can do at the BRAC. And the short courses are also for the BRAC persons. And we want to ensure that we service both campuses equally well. So I really want to say to everybody again, we are available. If you want me to come to your workplace to talk about UCCI, just give me a shout. If you want Dr. Pat to come, just give us a shout. We want to be available. We want to be right there with you. If you have any questions, you can email us. You can call us. Our numbers are available. lsmith@ucci.edu.ky. You can get my number and come and have a sit down with me right here in my office, Dr. Pat, so on. So we make ourselves available to ensure that there's no distance between us and the wonderful students that we serve, because at the end of the day, that's what we're here to do.
And there's this wonderful welcome back and refreshers. Let's make sure that we end the discussion today with this. The Welcome Back and Refreshers Day, which is happening on September the 9th from 10 a.m. until 2. And that's basically UCCI welcoming students back. And if you're new, I'm sure you can come out and attend this Freshers Day for freshmen, I'm assuming. And sounds like a lot of fun way to, get any questions answered and also enjoy a bit of donuts with the deans and pizza with the president. Wow. Dr. Livingston, you're trying to ruin my diet.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to that, actually. And we really enjoy coming on your show. I mean, seriously. And please have us here, more often. We look forward to coming on because we have so many things happening here. And we want to ensure that persons know about it. All right. And one of these days, I want to bring on some of our students to talk about UCCI.
Oh, wonderful.
And those who are abroad studying, about the extent to which they have made very easy transition to those schools. And so we want to get the full picture out there as to what we're doing here.
Wonderful. So don't forget, folks, for this refresher, for the Welcome Back and Refreshers Day, you also can do little success workshops where you can explore the various student clubs that are available. There's going to be wellness services and student government. These are, it's a proper university. So these are all the things that are happening on the university. They're going to have sports, games, prizes, and a visit from the UCCI mascot. I don't think I've ever seen the UCCI mascot around. Huh.
Yes, you're the Hornets.
Yes, I might have to come and check it out. So perfect way to kick off the new academic year. And of course, just a reminder that the campus will be closed this week. So that's Monday today, August the 11th through Friday, August the 15th. To students and the public, just so that the teachers and the rest of the faculty can have their own professional development week. So thank you so much to Dr. Livingston. Again, they're celebrating, this is a big year for them. They're celebrating their 50th anniversary at the UCCI, and Dr. Patricia Robinson, who's the registrar. Just give us some contact details if people have any questions. How can they reach you? By phone, by email?
For new admissions, they can email our admissions team. It's admissions, ADMISSIONS @ucci.edu.ky. And our returning students, they can email registrar @ucci.edu.ky. Those are the best means to reach us. As you know, this semester is getting ready to start. So phone calls, may not be the best way right now, but we do our best to also try to handle both sides of emails and phone calls, but emails for sure.
Senator, could you read what
yes, absolutely.
Franklin said a while ago?
Yes.
Yeah.
So Gary says that the TVET programs are top notch, Gary Franklin. Lectures are real world practical. Are real world professionals, and UCCI was a great experience for me and my kids. So as a former student there, and he was a professional student, already had, I think, 1 degree under his belt, but he wanted to do some additional qualifications. And I remember, Gary, as part of your what's the program where you got that big grant? Remember when you did the grant for the TVET courses? So I know Gary.
She's talking about our grant, Dr. Pat.
Resembid. Yeah, the Resembid program. So I remember Gary being a part of that. And I think, in fact, that he might have been a valedictorian as well. So Gary did very, very well. Studied hard. All right. Well, thank you so much, both of you, for coming on the program. Again, UCCI has lots going on. If you need to contact them, here's the email address, admissions@ucci.edu.ky. And thank you to Dr. Patricia Robinson and the acting president and CEO, Dr. Livingston Smith. You guys have a wonderful and fantastic day.
Thank you so much. I deeply appreciate it. Thank you so much. All the best to you.
Absolutely. Thank you. All right, folks. That's what she wrote. Good morning to all of you. Beautiful people. Hope everybody is doing well. Let's take a quick commercial break. And then after these messages, we'll be back to talk about pageant madness. Oh, Lord.
Let's face it, driving in Cayman is getting riskier by the day. That's why our last shipment of high-quality dash cams sold out in just 1 week. But guess what? They're back in stock, and trust us, you don't want to miss out this time. Whether you're on the road or parked at Foster's, this powerful dash cam has your back with crystal clear recording, parking mode surveillance, and even motion detection to catch vandals in the act. Got a company fleet? This is a must-have investment to protect your drivers, your brand, and your bottom line. Accidents, insurance claims, road rage, vandalism. Don't wait until it's too late. Message us now or WhatsApp 3459249999 to grab yours before this batch is gone too. Dash cams, because the truth is always worth recording. Let's face it, driving in Cayman is getting riskier by the day. That's why our last shipment of high-quality dash...
My apologies, had that on loop. 324-1612, you can reach out to me for your dash cam. Trust me, y'all need them. Y'all need them. Somebody was just telling me last week, Sandy, I got the dash cam, but I hadn't installed it yet. And guess what happened? I got in an accident. Some young lady thinking she can go around smoking marijuana ran into me. I said, Lord Jesus, take the wheel from these people who really can't drive. Makes it worse when you're trying to be smoking stuff and driving at the same time. You can't even focus when you're not smoking. So I wouldn't recommend it for most of you. Yeah. All right. So good morning. Let's talk about the mess that is called pageantry, the world of pageantry. I don't know why there is always something with a pageant. Seriously. I'm so sick and tired of, can we have a pageant with no drama? Now, I was not particularly, I'm not a fan of pageants. I'm going to be very, very frank with you. And the reason why I'm not a fan anymore, especially, is because I've seen too much of messiness out there. And I just can't, I just can't deal with it anymore. Like I'm tired of talking about these pageants. Like I'd rather have other things to talk about this morning, and we have lots of other things, both in Cayman, regionally, internationally, that in my mind are much more important than who's going to be wearing a crown. I mean, not for nothing, but I could really care less at some level, but the amount of messages that I got over the weekend post pageant really made me know certainly that this is something that matters to you guys. So here we go. I'm going to talk about it, not because I really want to, or because I'm even that invested and that I care that much. I'll be frank with you. I was really of the opinion that we could move past all this discussion on pageantry now that the government is no longer the title holder. But somebody reminded me last night, hey, government might not be the title holder, but they still invest money in this, right? They're offering a $70,000 scholarship. And I'm pretty sure that outside of that, they're giving, just like they do to a lot of the other pageants, they're giving some sort of a support in terms of a monetary contribution to the pageant. We'll have to FOI that. I want to know how much of my money is going to these pageants, because I'm really coming to the conclusion that I want government to stop supporting this foolishness across the board. And I'm sorry, I hear y'all talking about, pageantry is going to, it's going to build your this, that's going to build that. Chat, please. If you have to rely on a pageant to build your self-esteem, we got problems. We got some big problems. That's not where you go for that. You better build that at home. You better have parents that have invested, franchise holder. Yeah, even if they're not the franchise holder, if they're still supporting these pageants significantly with a monetary contribution, then I'm still invested. And I still don't want my money being put into this at all. You know how you can really help these young ladies improve their, self-esteem? Have them go to like etiquette training and stuff like that, as opposed to being judged, because you want somebody to improve their self-esteem, but at the same time, you're going to judge them based on their looks. It's a little bit contradictory. And so, as appears to be the norm, there's some kind of controversy swirling around this year's pageant as well. I don't know what to say about you all, but first of all, we're gonna talk about it. So there is one particular young lady, and we posted up the video of her. So John LaRue said, his child was saying how, and I don't know how old your child is, I'm assuming probably a teenager, young adult. They were saying how, one particular person seemed to be, this pageant was over 4 hours, by the way. Oh my gosh. I did not watch it. I must say I didn't watch it. But those of you who were messaging me right away, you were sending me all sorts of clips and stuff. And so we're going to, she's 25. Your daughter's 25, John? Yeah, young ladies in particular, they, I remember back in the day, you love to watch a little pageant and you're looking at how these young ladies put themselves together. I've actually attended a Miss Universe pageant when they had it in the Bahamas. We went to the one there, and I'm really disturbed at the fact that young girls and young ladies feel the necessity to do things to their bodies in order to meet, my apologies, a certain beauty standard. So some of them have breast augmentation surgery. We've seen right here in Cayman, some of our pageant girls have done that. This is big business in a lot of these countries around the world. The poorer the country is, I'm going to be honest, a lot of times the more impactful it is to have a title like this. We see countries like Honduras and even India. Miss India has placed, they were the epitome of beauty in the 2000s, where Miss India was placing quite well on the international stage, winning multiple like Miss Universe titles as well as Miss World titles. And I think a lot of these women are beautiful. Beauty standards and what you like certainly varies. Sometimes the Caribbean girls place a little bit higher. Sometimes the Asian young ladies from like Thailand and Vietnam, that part of the world, place a little bit higher. I think a lot of these girls are beautiful, and not all of them. Because some of them, if you see them without makeup, which this was some of the stark reality of the world of pageantry, is that, when you see them in person and you see how different they look on TV versus, some of them, my cousin and I went to this pageant, some of them had so much like acne in their backs and stuff that I was like, ew. But, they cover it up with makeup. They cover up tattoos. They're taking out ribs in order to fit in and to win a pageant. And I think it is just too much. I'm just sorry to say it's just too much. And so I am concerned that we continue to even have these pageants where we tell little girls, oh, we're going to build up your self-esteem. But the reality is we're going to be judging you on the size of your waist, how you look, how much you weigh, whether your hair meets the beauty standards. Remember, there was the drama with another local pageant where that young lady was saying, she wanted to wear her hair natural. And they were like, nope, you got to put in a weave. You got to put on a wig and all this kind of stuff. It is just too, I'm going to be honest with you. I can't stand pageants anymore. It's just too much. It's not something that any right thinking parent would really want their child to be involved in. Okay. It's just a little bit crazy. All right. And I know they try to throw in things like, oh, there's an interview segment. If you think that the interview segment is going to win your, get you all the points and because you're intelligent and you're smart, you're going to win a pageant, you've got to be kidding me. You're not going to win a pageant based on your interview and based on your intellectual capacity. It is a beauty pageant. And now, of course, we know the Miss Universe pageant has made all sorts of interesting changes where you don't even have to be a miss anymore. Now you can be married. Now you can have kids. You can do this. It's like the whole thing has just been watered down to, I don't even know what on earth it is that they're doing. Right? So they only had 4 girls this time. And, I think that they need to have a minimum number of people. Someone was saying, yes, they had more people and then some dropped out. Well, not for nothing. But, maybe what we need to do is, you need to consider having a minimum number of people available in a pageant before you even host a pageant. Maybe you can't have it every year. I don't know how the title works. But 4 pageants barely makes a pageant. I'm just saying, 4 young ladies, my apologies, barely makes a pageant. That ain't it. So I'm not even impressed with the number. Someone said, oh, so-and-so is going to win. I'm like, well, they would have to win because you ain't got no competition. I mean, 4 girls, not for nothing. 50% of them, they're not going anywhere. So I think it says a lot that you hardly had anybody even in this pageant. I'm just saying. 4 young ladies. The Cayman Islands is small, but we ain't that small. Anywho, The other thing, and this comes down to what a beauty pageant is all about. I have seen over the years young ladies really, really work hard and do the most when it comes to reinventing themselves. So they're dropping 20 pounds in 2 months, hitting the gym, running a mile a minute and all kind of foolishness. It's a lot to change. Some of it can be good improvement, of course, if you're on the less healthy side, but you don't go into a pageant to recreate who you are. And I think that fundamentally, there has to be something wrong with even that thought process. So for example, there was a Miss Cayman who she went into the pageant multiple times. The first time she did not win. And then she came back. I don't know if it was the year after that, but she came back, lost a bunch of weight, and actually won the pageant. But what she had to do to even take that weight off, because, I'm not going to say that, Caymanians love to say we all big boned. Everybody's like, what the heck is that? I'm not saying that, whatever. If you want to call yourself big boned, feel free. What I do know is that big bone people can't be in pageants, in case y'all miss the memo there. A pageant is not for you if you're big boned. In other words, you are overweight. If you want to feel better and call yourself big bone, knock yourself out. You're fat, you're obese, you're overweight, whatever word floats your boat, that's perfectly fine. But you cannot be in a pageant where you are literally being judged on those things and think that you are going to be a success. I've seen young ladies go in pageants, not just Cayman, all over the world, where, their teeth needed to be fixed and they needed braces and they needed to do that. I'm like, you're going to go on the international stage and compete with young ladies who are literally taking a rib out to reshape their body and to have this perfect, whatever the heck that means, look. It is alarming, the things that people will do in order to win this title. Is it worth it? No. You don't even get a car anymore. A $70,000 scholarship. Well, guess what? If you're smart enough, the Cayman Islands government is going to give you a scholarship anyway. You have a needs-based, they're going to send you off to school. I mean, it's just like, you don't need to put yourself through this torture in order to get I don't even know what. It's just mind-boggling to me. So let's talk about some of the drama now. And I guess from the perspective of it opens up opportunities for our young people to be able to go and be a host of a Radio Cayman or, hosting Compass News or something. Okay. You could get there by being a communications, like getting a communications degree, getting a degree in broadcasting and being properly vetted, as opposed to, oh, she's just a Miss Cayman, so we're going to just, she looks good in front of a camera. And I'm not saying anything about that. You can look good. That's fine. I'm not trying to hate on anybody in the looks department, but this is a pageant and you are judged first and foremost. The first thing that you're being judged on in a beauty pageant is actually how you look. So there's a young lady who was in the pageant. Her name is Tiona. Is it Tiona Miller? Now, I don't know who she's family to or anything like that. I'm going to show you a couple of pictures of her and you guys can make your own determinations. But what I'm going to say to this young lady is I've heard both positive things and negative things about her in relation to this pageant. Seems like she is an intelligent young lady. I understand that she works for one of our, what do you call it? One of our SAGCs. And there she is in her evening gown. I think this evening gown is, appropriate because, some of y'all be wearing stuff that I'm like giving you the side eye about. I think that she looks beautiful here. Now, is she going to win a pageant? No. I think she's gorgeous in her own right. But given her size, she is voluptuous at best, a little bit on the obese side if I was a physician looking at her numbers. And so, you can be obese and be beautiful. There's no two ways about it. She's absolutely gorgeous. She has more than a handful, like myself, girl. I know the struggle in the bosom department. And so it's hard sometimes to even find outfits that are going to be fitting you up there. Did she have a chance of winning this pageant? No. And I don't even think, this is my opinion now, I think the organizers of these pageants need to stop accepting people because you do more negativity, or you add an element of negativity to their self-esteem when you know that someone doesn't even have a chance. I know we all thinking, well, Sandy, how do you know that? The judges might love a voluptuous woman. No, because you have to be prepared to go on the international stage and represent Cayman. And I don't care how beautiful you are as a full-figured person, you are not going to be going on the international stage and winning this pageant unless it's a full-figure beauty pageant. Simple as that. It ain't happening. Okay? So she can be as pretty as she wants to be. It ain't happening. So this is the winner. Congratulations to Tahiti Seymour. This is actually Dwayne John Seymour and Melanie Seymour's daughter. And again, I heard she put in a lot of work to get this, lost 20 pounds and did all kind of stuff. Child, I'm not so sure if it's worth the stress, but there you go. So congratulations to this young lady. I know she worked extremely hard. No, you don't get a car anymore. You don't even get a rental. They're not even giving you a rental for the weekend, child. So here was the swimsuit competition. And again, the young lady there in blue, Miller, I think she's a pretty young lady, but she's not Miss Universe title holder physique. Right? Sometimes they're slim, but they're too short. Now, Caribbean women tend to have more curves, perhaps, than some other people. They're not quite as, flat as some of our counterparts around the world. And that's not for nothing, but that's going to work against you in the world of pageantry. And I think that you need to really reconsider that you can't accept everybody. Now, I know they're desperate because if they didn't have her, they'd only have 3 people in the pageant. Y'all would have really been like, ugh, what a pint. Where's my what a pint video? I need to add that button. What a pint. Miss Sandy, what is the pint? Well, the pint is they wouldn't have had enough people to run and to even have a contest. Like, it wouldn't have even be worth it. Because remember now, these young ladies pay some sort of an entry fee. They fill out an application. The more people you have in the pageant, the more family you're going to show up to your event, the more supporters you're going to have, all this kind of stuff. But let's be real. If you know that she does not have a chance at winning this, why on earth are you going to encourage her? And somebody said, well, the idea is like they want everybody to have good self-esteem, whatever. I'm like, once again, if your self-esteem, they don't want to discriminate. I'm like, really? Welcome to the real world. You are judged. You are discriminated against based on your looks. And you can't make that be a deterrent to your success in life. And that's the core issue that I have, is the fact that you're entering something where you want people to judge you based on how you look. And then you're going to get up in your feelings if somebody says, girl, you're fat. Or them bubbies kind of, they're not as perky as they should be at your age. Or why did you have to go lose 20 pounds? Or, now you have to wear weave in your hair. These are all the things that these young ladies will have said about them. You got indentation in your left bonky cheek. You've got cellulite. You've got this. And so literally these girls go to these pageants and they cover themselves with body makeup. Like if you hose down, you go to the international pageant, you hose them girls down, you'd be surprised. The fake lashes falling off, the weave gonna fall out, all of they're covering up the tattoos and the this and the that. And it's craziness. We live in a world where we're so concerned about mental health, but yet pageants still exist. They are counterintuitive to your mental health. I'm sorry to say. Yeah. So this young lady had some issues. She came third runner up. Now, I want to talk about this concept, and then I'm going to, listen to some of your ideas. When your kids are we all have this, your kids are younger, every single parent rides with their children if you're a decent parent. So we're all like, Johnny, little Johnny, you can do this. You got this. You go out there and give it your best shot. That's all we want, is for you to give it your best shot. This is what we tell children. And we raise them in a world where we tell them, once you give it your best, that's all we can ask of you. Well, in certain situations when you're competing, there's a winner and then everybody else is a loser. You can only have one Miss Universe. You can only have one Miss World. If you're in track and field, you can only have one first place winner. Technically, I suppose you can have a tie, but they're going to make you two do a rerun and somebody's got to break that tie. We have got to stop raising children in a world that is so void of reality. And this is where now we are getting to the point where, as the man said, but a pint, we're getting to the point now where, quite frankly, we're becoming delulu. Okay. Part of it is, yes, we're all about mental health and wellness. And so we think that we can't be real with someone without impacting their mental health in a negative way. That can't be right. We got to talk to Dr. Carlos about this, because in no world is that logical. You're setting people up for failure when you tell them you're always going to be a winner, no matter what. Everybody in kindergarten gets a participation ribbon. When you get older and you enter the real world, you don't get a ribbon for participating. Y'all get a ribbon for showing up to your job. You better show up on time, get some work done, and be productive for your employers. Otherwise, they're going to fire you, because they're going to be like, hold on, honey child. Yes, you show up and you come to work, but that's the bare minimum. That's what we expect you to do. You're not going to be getting the bonus money or promotions if you can't be out here hustling on the real. So I think that there is a necessity to be very, very real with young people in particular. And you can start from an early age, right? You don't have to be harsh about it with a 5-year-old. Yes, the 5-year-old isn't going to get it. And you say, you know what, participation, yes, it's good that you show up and you participate, but that's the bare minimum. In life, the game of life, you show up. That at least you can do is show up. Now, to excel and get to the next level requires a little bit more. You've got to be able to put in a lot of work and a lot of effort. Now, do I think that this young lady should be out here losing a whole bag of weight in order to participate in this pageant? No. I don't want her to go lose 50 pounds in order for her to fit in. I don't think she should have to do that. Now, if she came to me and said, Auntie, I want to lose 50 pounds for my own health. I'm realizing Tiona is her name, Tiona Miller. I realize I'm carrying around a little bit more weight, and so it's important for me to get out there and start working out. I'm here for you, Tiona. For you to do it in order to win a pageant, a crown, and have people continually judge you, even after you lose the weight. Well, now she got cellulite. Now the bub is drooping. Now, why y'all doing? Why can't you get braces? These are some of the comments that I've heard about other pageant girls in the past, right? You are putting yourself on a pedestal for people to do nothing but judge you based on how you look. I don't care how smart you are. And the young lady here who won it, Miss Tahiti, again, congrats to her. She's actually a very intelligent young lady. She graduated early from university. I've known her mom for a very, very long time. And I know that she has put a lot into her daughter. Kevin is her, my good friend Kevin is her godfather, and of course, he was there, honey child, making sure she looked the part, because y'all know Kevin, you got to look good to be in a pageant when you're around him. going dress shopping. And I mean, there's so much that these young ladies put into it in terms of effort. And I still have to question why. I'm just not sold on the concept that pageants and the world of pageantry is something that our young people are truly benefiting from, right? This young lady, Tahiti, I'm sure will do well in life no matter what, because she's got brains, right? And she is hardworking. So she doesn't need a crown in her head that's probably made of fake jewels to be able to fit in. I like her hair, but she had to go and, get, mind you, it's quality weave now, but you have to go spend probably $2,000 to get this weave put in your hair for people to judge you, because y'all know how Caymanians stay. If somebody, the hair is this and that, and she it's not long enough. Y'all, the beauty standard is just ridiculous. And I think you have to have a lot of self-love in this world and self-acceptance, regardless of what other people think about you. You can't function and operate in this world worrying about how other people are gonna, look at, I'm no beauty pageant, I'm no beauty queen, whatever, but they sit down talking about, oh, she looks like a frog. Do you think I care? I mean, that doesn't pay my bills. So their opinion of me has nothing to do with me. Everybody's entitled to their opinion. I always say it, because certainly everybody has one. Let them have their opinion. But when you are trying to live up to other people's standards, right? These augmentation procedures and all this stuff, people are literally killing themselves. Someone the other day, someone mentioned an article. This person was having their third BBL and died. And on a regular basis, you see people going to Turkey for augmentation procedures, and they're not making it out alive, right? You have to question yourself. Now, listen, I told y'all I've had augmentation. I had breast reduction surgery. And after that, I had to have liposuction, because then that impacted how the rest of things was looking. I mean, let's be honest here. They got to go back and be like, ooh, now you're not quite, the big boobs are kind of making you proportional in some ways, although I could never find clothes to fit the top. And then when I had to dress that, but I didn't go out there and have a breast reduction surgery because I wanted them to look better. In fact, there's a lot of people who argued, they preferred them how they were. I had to do it for medical reasons. Insurance covered it. It was a medical necessity. So on the one hand, I'm like, be who you are, I suppose. If you want to do those things, do it for you and not for anyone else. But I feel uncomfortable that young ladies are still thinking that they have to care about what other people think about them, right? Oh, your nose too big. You this, you that. You're not tall enough. You're too tall. You got thunder thighs. I'm just like, I am just not here for it. Not at all. It makes me uncomfortable that we are looking at these young women in this pageant and we are judging who they are. Now, if you're going to go into it, if you want to go into a pageant and you have made up your mind that that's what you want to do, then by all means, you have to know that they are going to judge you. So if you're overweight, it's coming. So you can't get an attitude. I'm going to show you guys some pictures here of these young ladies, the four. This is like the Fantastic Four, right? You can't get an attitude when they're going to be like, oh my gosh, look at your, you got extra fat on your, what is this area called? Whatever, your arms. And you listen, here's the video that had a lot of people up in their arms about this particular contestant number. What number was she? 2? Anyway, they actually created a third place title. Let me demonstrate to you how we have gone from being ridiculous to redunculous. Normally you have the first runner-up and second runner-up. They created, this is how stupid we have become as a society. They created third runner-up to be able to give Tioni Miller something. Wow. You see where we're going completely overboard? You think at your job, they're going to create something for you just because? Oh, well, you're the token Caymanan. So we're going to create a position for you. We're going to create third runner-up. That's not how it happens. Who does that? And I get it. On the one hand, I suppose the pageant is trying to be like, oh, we're trying to be nice to everybody. How about y'all be real? The girl never had a chance in hell of winning anything. You give her this token prize, which I think is an insult. Third runner-up position, which doesn't even exist in the real world, to try to put a sash on her, and then you sash her wrong. So there's an element of this video. Let me show it to you.
And the third runner-up is contestant number 2, Tiona Miller.
Now let me pause it there because Tiona Miller was not happy. Now, I can't exactly say at this point why Tiona was not happy. There could be a number of things that were going on. First of all, she has made a public statement. I'm going to share her public statement. She was contestant number 2, and you can see the very expression on her face. They created this third runner-up position for her because basically she got nothing. They have best legs, they have best personalities, they got all this stuff. Poor Tiona didn't even get best personality. I mean, my God, everybody expects the fat girl to be the one who's like the funniest, the most charismatic, because y'all be overcompensating because people tell you, oh, you're fat, you're overweight, you're this, you're that. So, we try to, overcompensate based on those things in life because you're like, well, I ain't got beauty on my side, so let me see how I can make up for it. She didn't even, do they have best personality? She didn't even get any of those. So they throw in this third runner-up position as a, consolation prize to make her feel better. So I don't know what she was thinking at this particular time. I don't know if before pageant night, these young ladies knew that there was going to be a third runner-up. Did they tell them that in advance? I don't know. What I do know is from all indications, and I think if you read body language, you can tell that this young lady was not happy. The expression on her face is like WTF and then some. WTF plus to the 9th degree kind of vibe, right? So her facial expressions was like, y'all have got to be kidding me. Now, some people says that's because she thought she was going to place higher. I mean, I don't know what was going through her head. The only person that can tell us what was going through her head is her. And so that's why we're going to read her statement here today that she is now issued. So here she is again. Even her putting her hand, body language says a lot. Even her putting her hand on her, what we call it, in her waist, that kind of Kimba look or whatever Caymanians would call it, right? She was like, really? Miss Sue says you can see how sad and disappointed she was. Yes, without a doubt. This is a picture of her. Like I said, she's a beautiful young lady. She's not Miss Universe material. I don't want to confuse and mix the message here, right? So let's see the rest of this now. Now, I do need to talk about this. So again, you see her accepting she's being sashed by Miss Lavanya, and she's receiving, who is this other lady in red? Is that Miss the Tortuga lady, Monique, giving her a little plaque or whatever? Again, she's accepting it, but this girl not happy. She's just like, what the hell? And then I'm going to tell you about this fashion hairstyle. That look on her face, if she could have teleported herself out of there in that moment, If she had some kind of teleporting machine, girl, she would have done that. She's like, I don't want to be here. Now, what happens next caused a little bit of confusion, and I think we're going to give this young lady the benefit of the doubt because she actually explained that, in fact, these Miss Cayman committee people who've been there for donkey years and then some can't even put a sash on a young lady correctly. But listen to, well, have a look at this. Right about there, you get a micro fake smile. That's what that was. That was not a real smile. And it's so unfortunate because the two women on each side of her are smiling the biggest. Is that Miss Monique? It's hard to see. She might have gotten a new haircut. I don't know. But that's Miss Lavanya Ebanks. And then somebody else. It kind of looks like Monique Hamady, but I can't be sure. They have like the biggest smiles. Like they're the ones who just won third runner-up that was created for them. And this poor young lady is struggling to even be standing up on stage with them. So you see now at this stage, she actually takes off her sash, and the camera caught some of that. And then of course, there was a lot of commentary on social media where people were having more than enough to say. So my understanding is someone said, why did she remove the sash? She replied on social and said she removed the sash because they'd actually sashed her wrong. My God, they can't even get that right at this pageant. After doing this for like 25, 30 years and being a former pageant person yourself, you think the least you can do is sash somebody correctly. However, there are other people who were saying, other people were sashed wrong as well. So what a mess. This person says, but of all the people to sash her, it was her cousin, Lavanya, and a former Miss Cayman who should know how to sash her. Oh, are they cousins? They're from North Side or what? These are Millers from North Side? Well, there you go. Again, this is a degree of carelessness, in my opinion, to not even be able to sash somebody properly. I'm just saying, you've been doing it for about 25 years now. Another person says she was not the only person who was sashed wrong. Lord Jesus, y'all need to stop it. So can't even sash people right. And of course, she was already up in her feelings. The other girl actually pointed it out and they changed it quickly. Miss Cayman, people, do better. Do better. What a hot mess. So she took off her sash, but you see, people read into that not knowing that they had sashed her wrong. And this is where, let me do a step backwards here and say this. Sometimes things happen. You're live, you're on stage, mistakes will happen. What you do is you just keep going with it. They sash you wrong, just leave it on. Because what she actually did by removing the sash is she called more attention to herself because people already know, okay, she's upset, she's not happy. So they're looking for every opportunity then to pick apart what happens after that. Now, the MCs, somebody was saying that the MC said something about, what she said about being so hot that her boobs were sticking to her outfit or something. Remind me of what she said. They had Compass helping them. I guess Compass was co-producing this for them. And so they were their MCs or whatever, and making inappropriate comments. Like I said, I didn't watch it. It was you all who were like, well, that was not an appropriate comment. So yes, Tosca, she did remove it to fix it herself. But as Jim said, the assumption, because she wasn't happy, is everybody's like, oh my God, she removed her sash. And then you saw the camera kind of break away from that moment. Oh yes, thank you. Lots of people caught up in this one about she had sweaty pits. What the hell? Let me pull up the transcripts here because y'all know I had to decode this whole show already. She said something about her fake lashes. Y'all need to find some better MCs, please, and thank you. And then she mentioned something about sweaty pits. Hold on, let me see what she said about sweaty pits, because like I said. All right, she said at 3 hours and 38 minutes and 26 seconds. Oh, I have sweaty pits, girl. What? Let me listen to this. What? Ew. Let me pull up the video so we can watch that little segment, that little nugget together. Talking about sweaty pits. Y'all nasty. That is not, there's some things that are not even jokes. Let me see who's calling me, honey child. Maybe this is Miss Tonya. Is that her name, Tonya Miller? Let's see who's calling. Good morning, caller. Not bad. You want to speak off air? All right, give me a second here. Let me do a little commercial break, because you do know I'm in the middle of the show, right? So let me just do a quick commercial break. Hold on one second. Let me find the commercial. All right, folks, let's take a quick commercial break. We'll be right back after these messages.
Great news, K-Man! Tim Hortons is finally open and ready to serve you. Start your day right with our delicious all-day breakfast, or grab a box of our famous Timbits and a dozen donuts for a sweet treat. Need a quick pick-me-up? Swing by our drive-thru for your favorite espresso drink anytime. We're open weekdays from 5 a.m. and 6 a.m. on the weekends, closing 9 p.m. and 10 p.m. on Fridays and Saturdays, with 2 entrances at the Shamrock Road Roundabout in Red Bay. It's time for Tim's.
For the past 58 years, CUC has strived to be more than just an electricity provider. We have sought to be a foundational company. We give back to our community, and with the hard work and dedication of our employees, we have built and maintained one of the safest and most reliable electricity grids in the region. As we all look to the future, we at CUC want the Grand Cayman community to have confidence that our commitment to you will continue. Join us as we continue this journey together at empoweringcayman.com.
Folks, welcome back. What a hot mess. Always something happening in our little country. That's unrelated to the pageant world, in case you're wondering. Okay, so let me see here now. Somebody is being evicted from their home, and they said they need some coverage this morning, so we can get on that after 9:30. See if we can bring them into the studio. Okay. So let me see here now. Where's this video? All right. So yeah, she made some comment at 3 minutes in. And again, to me, this just demonstrates the lack of 3 minutes and 38 seconds. Let me see here now. Your MPs don't seem to know what's appropriate and when to say certain things. Your MCs. Did I say MPs? MCs, I mean. So here we go. About sweaty armpits and stuff. Ladies. Oh, Lord Jesus. All right. Hold on. So let's go to 3:38. It was 3:38 and how many seconds? 26. So let's start it a little bit early. Listen to this foolishness.
Thank you so much. Thank you to all of the beautiful contestants. Lovely answers. I'm sure you got to learn more about them and their intelligence and how much they have to offer. The most nerve-wracking part of the evening is now over for them, and it won't be long from now that we'll have a new Miss Universe Cayman Islands.
Oh, I have sweaty pits. Girl. Man. All right, so...
You still look beautiful.
Okay, honey child. That was not it. What a mess. No, that was not her calling in. So I was like, is that her calling? So this person says, I'm going to share this comment with you. Definitely worth reading. Give me 1 second. Hello, caller. Hello. Hello. I think somebody butt dialed me. All right. Right. So here's an opinion about all of this. situation. So yes, she had to fix her own sash, but like I said, the interpretation of what was happening because of the because obviously I think most people can see that she was not happy. And listen, I've heard all sorts of things here about this young lady, that she was difficult to work with. Pre-pageantry, she was someone says Sweaty Pits is a home wrecker. So there's that. Is it? Y'all breaking up marriages over sweaty pits? This person says beauty pageants are just livestock shows with sequins. We take human beings, line them up, and parade them before judges to be assessed against an arbitrary breed standard: height, weight, facial symmetry, skin tone, hair texture, the way they walk and smile, and winners get their metaphorical blue ribbon, not for individuality, but for conformity to a very narrow definition of beauty. And then we dress it up as empowerment. Oh, Lord Jesus, this is so powerful. By adding a talent segment or a charity platform, as if that changes the fact that the main commodity on display is the body. Just like in agriculture shows, the message is clear. Your value is tied to how closely you match the ideal specimen. And the people who don't fit the mold are simply left out of the competition. Well, I think if we're going to continue doing beauty pageants, then we be completely honest and up straight about what they are. But let me continue. I get that some contestants feel empowered by participating, but if empowerment only comes from being judged and rewarded for fitting someone else's beauty criteria, is that really empowerment? Oh, Jesus. Or is it just approval dressed up as empowerment? If beauty comes in all shapes and sizes, why do pageants still overwhelmingly reward the same body type and look year after year? How much choice does a contestant really have when the competition sets the grooming, wardrobe, and behavior rules? If pageants disappeared tomorrow, would society lose anything essential? Or would we just find healthier ways to celebrate people? Wow. Powerful. So this is me here, screams quietly. So yes, I mean, look, this is her here. I think this is, she's smiling. Gosh, when she smiles, she's pretty. Smile more often. We had the swimsuit competition, and it looks like this year, and I don't know how often they've been doing this because, like I said, I'm not into pageants. But they had them all wear the same swimsuit the night of, so that you are judged, I guess, on at least that much similarity. Yeah, okay. I guess that's good. But I need to be honest with you. If you are in a beauty pageant, you can't have things hanging out of your swimsuit. You can't have bigger thighs. You can't have a stomach. All these things. I mean, she has a pretty face. When somebody says you have a pretty face in a beauty pageant, that means you're not winning any titles. Okay? I say do away with them altogether. There has to be a better way of celebrating young women. Now, let me try to be fair to the pageant organizers, because it is my understanding that they really went out of their way to be inclusive of this young lady. She's 25 years old, and apparently she doesn't drive for whatever reason. I don't know what that's all about. Because, child, I was happy at 16 in high school to be doing driver's ed so I can get my license. Anywho, she doesn't drive. So Derry Dakers was picking her up, dropping her off at events, bending over backwards to try to be inclusive and make her feel good. Again, in the real world, you get a job. I'm not going to go pick you up from home to bring you to work. So in an effort to be whatever, seem like we're not discriminating, sometimes I really do think we take it a little bit too far. If you want to be in this pageant and you've got obligation dates, you've got to show up to events, you've got to do X, Y, Z, then you sort that out for yourself. If I were heaven forbid, chairman of any such beauty thing, I wouldn't be picking anybody up. Sorry for you, but that ain't happening. Let's read her statement, folks. It is very, very lengthy, but this young lady has taken to, she has taken to social media to share her concerns. Let me see if I can actually put this full screen. And so she had the following to say, which was published this morning. She says, how it began. The Miss Universe Cayman Islands competition is presented as an uplifting and empowering journey for women. We are promised opportunities for personal growth, exciting experiences, and the chance to represent our country on the world stage. On the surface, it seems like a dream. I think that unfortunately, and let me just put in some commentary as we read this, you were sold a bag of fake gold or something. Because once again, nobody realistically should think that a pageant is dreamy. It is going to be, even for the winner, a lot of hard work. She got to find money now for outfits. Parents have to make sacrifices. If they have sponsors, the sponsors have to step up to the plate. You know how many young girls have said to me, Sandy, I've been in these pageants and I messed up my natural good hair because there's so much styling that's required for every event. And, you know, that's why some of them go wear a wig afterwards, because they're not going to have any choice. It is quite a demanding position that takes a toll on you in probably ways that nobody who's thinking straight would really want. Aisle 2025 says, yeah, a dream to who? That's the bigger question. I think these girls need a reality check about what is actually going on here. Anyway, she continues. She says, but my reality was different. Okay. Behind closed doors, the atmosphere shifted. Positivity gave way to pressure. Well, honey child, that's the world of pageantry. You see, someone misguided her. Her expectations did not align with the reality of, and like I said, I don't know this young lady. I hear she's very smart. She works at an SCGC. Look like she got a good job. But your expectations were not properly aligned with how pageantry works. So when you guys show up to your, whatever introductory event where you're thinking about it, I think that at the end of the day, you end up buying something that is being sold to you that isn't realistic at all. But I think it says more about maybe the participant than it does the person who's selling it to you. Because I think most of us know how these pageants work. So it seems like it was a dream, but my reality was different. Everybody's reality is different, right? I'm not sure why you thought that this was going to be a dream. That's where I'm a little bit confused. We have a caller. Good morning, caller. Welcome to the program.
Morning. I would just like to say, when do we break this stigma as a community that you have to be small, petite, you have to look a certain way, you have to be suck out, you have to be botched. Beauty does not come in size, shape, or form. Like, you have to accept yourself as you, and I'm very proud of that plus size girl for entering that competition, because she showed not only confidence, she showed pride, she showed that she competed with the odds, even though she knew from the jump that the odds was against her. But I don't want the community to break her spirit or anybody else's spirit who wants to join these pageants.
But let me ask you a question. Why would someone, you know that you're being judged on size and a particular look?
But who is us to judge her? She made that
is what a beauty pageant is about. No, I'm not judging her. What I'm saying is,
who said that? No. Who said that what is required of a beauty pageant?
The world says that.
What's wrong with the world? No, to hell with the world.
No, you can't say to hell with the world when you live in the world. Well, not in a beauty pageant. Not in a beauty pageant.
We are here teaching people self-love. We are here telling people, oh, you should love yourself.
Find another way.
Join a pageant, you have to go by their rules and regulations.
Yes, the rules and regulations in a pageant.
Sandy, the most beautifulest woman I've seen in my life, a plus size woman, each curve, the bang belly. Listen, good, you know what, need comfort in that covering, that shelter, be the best. You hear what I tell you? Women need to love themselves and come as they are. They don't need a pageant to judge them and tell them they're not perfect. Baby girl, take my advice. You are perfect. You are beautiful. Love yourself and do make this stop you from entering no other pageants in the world. What kills me is look who's sitting down doing the judging. They titties drop, they belly bang, they legs got cellulite, sandy by.
That's fine, but you don't enter a beauty pageant and don't expect to be judged. That's the whole point. Not a pint of a beauty pageant. They are judging you. You don't have to like it. There's one that I was looking up. Apparently, they're telling them no more fake weave and wigs and whatever. Y'all got to hear that one. So they're going for a more natural look. But there are rules and regulations. And let me be very clear. You are judged in this world. This is what I'm saying. We have gotten to the point now where as a community, we're so much about empowerment. Yeah. You want empowerment? Empowerment is known to cold hard truth. The fat girl is not going to be winning a pageant. That's the cold hard truth. That's empowering. That's all I'm saying. So you think, and I think this is where even her expectations were misaligned. You think you can be the fat girl and walk into a room, no matter how, how beat your makeup is, how good your hair looks or whatever, you are going to be judged on your size. The caller said, well, who determines that? Society. Society determines that within 30 to 60 seconds of meeting someone, there are, hold on now, I'm going to get the stats for you. There are about 6 things that they are going to judge you on, 6 or 7 things that they judge you on immediately before you even open your mouth. That is the power of first impressions. All right? And if you don't think, if you're fat, skinny, oh yes, radio folks, join us on social. But if you don't think that you are going to be judged based on your looks, you have been lied to. Okay? I'm just saying, no, you want to build your self-esteem? Don't do it with a pageant. That ain't it. So Barrick says it's beauty based on size alone. Pageants are based on size. Show me where any Miss Universe or Miss World on the international stage has ever won a beauty pageant and been plus size, has won those and been plus size. I'll wait, because I'm telling you, in the real world, that does not happen. And do y'all know that in the world of nobody can show me, unless it's a full figure pageantry, no one can show me a picture of someone who has won and been full figured. No. The world has already set the rules on how all of this is going to work. That's just how it works. The international standard. And this is where I think now K-Man needs to be honest with these girls. The franchise holder, Dairy Dakers, pays a fee to have that franchise, right? It costs money. They're going to Thailand in November. Y'all are going to see when you go to Thailand what you're up against. You up against people who are tipping, tucking, and doing the most. Some of them might be naturally skinny. And even the skinny ones take out a rib because, one too many ribs apparently is a problem. This is the world of pageantry, just like the world of modeling. Yes, there have been some shifts, and there's some brands now who are trying to be more inclusive and having plus size models and more realistic. They even have the mannequins now that they're trying to make them more realistic looking. That's fine. But by and large, in the world, Cindy said, Cena, you're joking. No, that's because I need some tea. Miss Stacy, bring me some of that mint tea, please. That had tasted so good the other day. I had an upset stomach the other day, and boy, mint tea can really tastes good. Bring me some mint tea, honey child. Got to cut up my carbs now because, I'm trying to lose a few weights, not to look good, not to meet anybody's beauty standards, but I'm looking at my numbers on the scale and blood pressure and everything else that you got to be watching at a particular age. I'm just sorry, but Cindy, I hear you. And, I know that it hits a little bit different from your own experience. You're a big girl and you are beautiful. Nobody can touch Cindy, the makeup department. But am I going to tell you go enter Miss Universe? No, I'm going to tell you that's the last thing you should do. If you came to me, Auntie Sandy, you can sponsor me because I want to be, I'm like, girl, please. No, you don't. Don't do it. Because this is not going to build your self-esteem. This is going to destroy your self-esteem. And yes, the world will judge you. First impressions are impactful. We talked about this. The fact that people judge you within I think it's 60 to 90 seconds. And everything from your moral compass, your morality, you're thinking, you look at somebody for a minute. How do you know anything about their morality? The type of earrings you're wearing. Big hoops scream, I'm a hooker or wannabe, a whore in the sheets and a whatever in the streets, right? How tight the outfit is. If you're showing a little bit too much cleavage, you see, Auntie got her buttons up here covered up. Now, if I was to take them out, give y'all a little demonstration, and had this pulled down here, that sends a totally different message. Let me button it back up, child. Aunt Lotta watching me, screaming. There's lots of things that give people a certain impression. The type of jewelry you wear. If you wear too much, too big, whatever, that sends a message. There's a lot that people get from you that they are judging you about. And you guys are mistaken, my apologies, if you don't get it. I hear this young lady's in the comment section, 936-2626. Feel free to give us a call. She says, behind closed doors, let me finish reading this first one. There's like 4 of these. Support began to feel performative, and smiles sometimes felt rehearsed. It was less about empowerment and more about control, image, and compliance. That's what a beauty pageant is about. Who told you? Girl, you sounded like you came in a little bit sheltered into this. It is about control. When you win, they're going to be controlling your every movement. You can't take a picture with this one. You can't seem like you're taking a photo shoot. You can't do this in social media. You can't do that in social media. You've got to get her approval. You are, as the winner, their doll, to control as they wish for the next year. That's why you enter a pageant, and that is why you win a pageant. Because yes, they are going to control your backside. If you're an independent thinker and you want to be able to do your own thing, the world of pageantry is not for you. I'm just saying. So yes, it's about compliance. You can't be out here being a pageant queen and partying too much. You know what they're going to say? Oh, honey, Chad, that ain't gonna work. They can call you in and write you up. They will control you. The winner will be controlled for the next 12 months as long as she has that title. She's going to be judged. That's why you're judged on your past behavior. Yes, girl, 936-2626. Give us a call, Miss Tiona. What, you say you were sleeping? Poor thing. You must be tired of all the drama. Tartarian says Miss Jamaica was crowned on the same night. She's already matched him to place. Not for nothing, but I saw Miss Jamaica, Miss Universe. They had the pageant the same night, and God, she is my definition of gorgeous. Now, y'all know I'm partial to certain things, but boy, she looks wow, beautiful. And isn't she a doctor or something? I noticed that in Jamaica, they really bring the professionals, girl. Oh, yeah, she pretty. Nice, pretty brown skin girl. I'm trying to find one picture. Oh, and they get a car? I mean, it's a Hyundai, but still. A car is a car, girl. Got you 4 wheels and not 2, not a bicycle. She's very pretty. Again, you're going to be judged based on your looks, honey child. That is just how it is when you're in the world of pageantry. Let me see here now. I'm going to show you a picture of Miss Jamaica Universe, who was crowned. I mean, Gianna's calling me. Alexa? Alexa, receive the call. I don't know what she's calling me about. Oh, she canceled it. Phew. All right, what's her name? Gabrielle Henry? Anyway, this is who won the Miss Jamaica pageant. Big shout out to Jamaica. They're having their election coming up. So she's beautiful. What is that on her knees, though? Huh. Is that just shadow of something? That looks a little bit weird. So by the way, when these young ladies go to the international pageant, any kind of blemishes, like I said, I've been there. Miss Universe, Bahamas, I forget what year that was. They are covering things up. Some of them have horrible acne and stuff, and they pile on so much makeup and spraying it on and body spray and everything. You know, those of you who love tattoos, you're not really supposed to show tattoos in your pageantry. So they be making them cover even that up. So you are controlled. I don't know who told you you wouldn't be, young lady. Here's this one. I don't know. I think that's something weird with the angle of this picture or something. The shadow on her knees looks a little bit weird. But this is what people do. They are going to judge you. Is your face, your symmetry just right? This one, the crown looks a little bit crooked. These are the things that people do. Cindy, nobody is here to build your self-esteem during a damn pageant. You are entering a beauty pageant where, yes, you are judged on your looks. Ingrid said, wow, she is beautiful. She is beautiful. Some of y'all got to work at it. Inspiring says they're going to compete against Colombia, Venezuela. They're going to compete against Colombia and Venezuela, who are working overtime. Those are the ones taking out the ribs. Miss Gigi, why are you ringing the doorbell? Hello? Miss, why are you ringing the doorbell? Why are you ringing the doorbell?
Miss Stacy, Mom's asking why did I ring the doorbell?
Really? She's asking Miss Stacy.
I want to get to Dad. I want to call Dad.
You want to call Dad?
Yeah.
Come and take my phone, young lady, so you can call Dad.
Oh, hi, Dad.
So she's outside ringing the doorbell so the dad can answer the doorbell and she can talk to Dad. What a mess. All right. So, yes, you're going to be judged. And I think you're unrealistic if you're entering a pageant thinking that you will not be. You need a video call him or just regular calling?
Video.
Okay. Remember, he's at work, so he might be busy.
Oh.
Okay. Uh-oh. Whoa. Be careful. Oh, my goodness. Close my door, please. Thank you. What they sell you is a dream, and what they deliver is something else. Okay. Like I said, none of that surprises me. The only thing that surprises me, Tiona, is the fact that you were surprised by this. I'm just saying. All right, let's continue. Thank you, ma'am. She says then, I got to make sure I get this in the right order. Throughout the 2025 competition, I felt as though I was fighting not just for a crown, but for visibility, respect, and a fair chance. I encountered what I believe were clear signs of colorism, favoritism, and systemic bias. I often felt confined, as though my light was too much for the space I was in, and too threatening for the systems around me to embrace. I've always believed Cayman has the potential to send a representative to Miss Cayman Universe who embodies authenticity, talent, and purpose, but I began to question whether my own people would let me try. It was painful to feel overlooked, especially when I believed I had the strength, skill, and vision to truly make a difference. I also experienced practical barriers, delays in sponsorships, transportation issues to events. Well, that's because you don't drive, girl. I'm just saying. And being told implicitly and explicitly that my chances were slim because of my size and appearance. Somebody was just trying to, I don't know who told you that, but I'm not going to argue with that because I think somebody was trying to give you a reality check. She goes on. It felt as though my worth as a contestant was being decided before I ever stepped on stage. Well, your worth as a contestant was being decided based on your physicality, which is what pageants are all about. Heading, the reality of pageantry. My observations throughout the competition raised questions about fairness and equity. I noticed that some contestants received more visibility in official photos, more frequent social media features, and faster access to sponsors. But I have a question about this. Who gives you the sponsors? That's the pageant responsibility to bring sponsors on board? I don't understand. I'm confused about that. So they're getting you sponsors? Okay. You need to give us some insight because I think there's some questions we do have here. Let me see. While community support and sponsorships are part of the pageantry, the uneven distribution of resources created an atmosphere of advantage for some and disadvantage for others. I believe that pageants should be merit-based, with all contestants given equal opportunity or equal access, to visibility, sponsorship, and opportunities to showcase their talents. When that balance is missing, it sends the wrong message, not to the contestants, but to the public. Well, the public don't know nothing about this, girl, so I hate to tell you, but we're not getting a message about that because we don't even know what y'all talking about. Turn of events. This year's pageant was a reminder that influence and resources often overshadow merit. This is interesting. Many participants dropped out before the final competition, and I understand why. Well, how many did y'all have to begin with? I had already invested so much that I stayed, but without my participation, there may not have even been a competition. And yet the care, respect, and fairness I expected seemed secondary to maintaining appearances. Okay. We have held on to outdated definitions of beauty and worth for too long. But girl, you knew that. And you know that that's how, listen, if you're trying to be a trailblazer, this ain't it. You got to go set up your own pageant to be a trailblazer. And it's not the Miss Universe franchise. I'm just saying. They ain't changing their beauty standards anytime soon. We have held on to outdated definitions of beauty and worth for too long until we address the systemic barriers, biases about race, body size, connections, and resources. Our country will struggle to place on the Miss Universe stage, not because our women lack talent, but because our systems do not give every contestant a fair chance. Now, again, young lady, I need you to come on the show, because I do think that there's a degree of delusion under which you are operating. You think the biases, and they do exist, biases are real, about race, body size, connections, and whatever. That's nothing unique to Cayman. My thing is this. If you don't get, oh my God, look at the 2023 Miss Jamaica. Where y'all found her from? She is gorgeous. Boy, Jamaica got some pretty people, you know. Oh my God. Let me show you her. I'm sorry. I'm getting distracted by social media. Oh, she is so pretty. What? I wonder if she's from Elizabeth. St. Elizabeth. She could be family. She is gorgeous. Yes, it's a beauty pageant. You're going to be judged by all of those physical things. What do you expect? Oh, hold on. What? Look at her. What is that noise? Oh, thank you, Miss Gigi.
Because Dad helped me with my VR headset.
Who told Dad? Who told her she could put that on?
What do you mean?
I told you weekends.
Isn't Monday weekend?
No, Monday is not a weekend. I'll talk to you later. Goodbye. We gotta rein in some parenting stuff here today. Making this child play VR. That's what she got for her birthday. Now she thinks she's gonna be on that all the time. She got another thing. She got another thing coming. We ain't gonna have that kind of slackness. You better go VR some books because school's about to start back. I better see you practicing writing, not no technology. Look at this one. Flat stomach, tiny itty bitty waist. She's tiny and super pretty. And that is what it's all about. Yeah, he definitely in trouble. He the one who bought it, you know. I was like, buy her a book. Make her do some reading. Cha. Oh, Lord. Anyway, where were we? My apologies. All right, so she says here, our country will struggle on the Miss Universe stage, not because our women lack talent, but because our system does not give every contestant a fair chance. Is there even, speaking of talent, is there even a talent portion of this Miss Universe thing? Are y'all doing a talent? Because looking good is not a talent. I mean, not for nothing. Ooh, tea is hot, piping hot, honey jam. All right, let's see. Let's continue reading. Next page says additional concerns. One of the most hurtful experiences for me was the excessive photo editing applied to my images, which made me feel as though I was not considered beautiful enough as I am. I'd like to know about that, actually, Tiona. Photo editing, how? What were they photo editing? I'd like to know. Were they making you slimmer than you are in your pictures? Because let's talk about it. I need to hear about the photo editing. Even after raising my concerns, the practice continued. So they're actually photo editing the girls? So they're not even looking as good as they really look? Rasclot. Bamba clot. Anyway, at one point, the pressure I felt became so overwhelming that I broke down in tears. And to my surprise, that moment was still shared on social media. Shared by who? Where? Somebody shared you crying? Because that's part of the reality of it. If it was a reality show, I can tell you they would have shared it because you're probably going to cry a lot as the content if you win too. This is not a walk in the park. Throughout the competition, I sensed differences in how contestants were perceived and treated. Some seemed to carry themselves with confidence that was celebrated, while others, including myself, felt dismissed and underestimated. Factors such as family connections, sponsorship history, body type, skin tone appeared to influence public and organizational perceptions in ways that did not always align with talent or performance. Again, what talent or performance are you talking about as it relates to the pageant? I'm curious. I want to know because I don't know what talent performance y'all have. It's a beauty pageant. I have to keep saying that because something's missing here. There were also inconsistencies in the rules and procedures. For example, on one occasion, we were unexpectedly allowed to choose our own photos for certain promotions, something normally not permitted. Ironically, this felt like one of the more equitable moments in the entire process. Okay. I personally believe that I delivered a strong interview and an even stronger stage answer. To leave the competition without placing at all was shocking and difficult to process. It has left me questioning whether merit alone was ever going to be enough. But you placed third. They made that up for you, girl, because they didn't want you to be upset, which I think was actually a mistake on their part. But nonetheless, sorry. Treatment from fellow contestants. Part of what made this competition difficult was the way I felt treated by some of the other contestants. On several occasions, I felt outcasted, excluded from conversations, overlooked in group settings, and made to feel as though I didn't belong. There are moments of subtle dismissiveness. Girl, you got a good vocabulary though, I'm going to tell you. Such as avoiding interaction, withholding warmth, or making remarks that felt belittling. I also experienced instances where I felt verbally targeted or intentionally set apart from the rest of the group. While I did my best to remain professional and focused on my performance, the repeated nature of these experiences created an environment that was isolating and emotionally draining. Signed, what is his name? Dacian? Is that a name that you go by? Girl, welcome to the world of pageantry. Please give us a call. 936-2626. Let me see here now. All right. This person says they need to give this up. Is that the pageant criteria that you have to be thin? If it was for that criteria, then it would be okay. Wait, if it wasn't for that criteria, then it would be okay. But she's too thick for this pageant world. Miss Jamaica is beautiful and thin as a pin. This person says, good morning. For fuck's sake. I'm just reading what they wrote. How does people/young women not know the judging criteria for beauty pageants? One year, a Miss Venezuela got bigger during her reign and almost lost her crown. Oh, she put on weight? Mm-hmm. It was very controversial, and they were basically trying to say she did not adhere to her contract. Apparently, there was some sort of clause in the contract about weight gain. Miss Universe 2021, Harznaz Sandhu was also criticized for gaining weight. I am not and never was pageant material, and I'm okay with that. Contestants are responsible for finding their own sponsors, and she sounds very entitled. Don't compete when you don't compare. Oh shit, that's a good little quote, generally speaking, though. One year they had 3 girls, and they still had a pageant. The year Shannon McLean won, she needs to go sit down. So some people are not really feeling all that sympathetic. Mm-hmm. All right, let me see here now. This person says, oh, that's another matter. Mm-hmm. That's this week's FAFO that's coming. I'll read that afterwards. This one is another email. Okay. Mm-hmm. All right, this one says, remember the Connolly sisters? The first one pretty much entered every year until she won, but at the same time, she had to keep losing weight to do so. Good morning. Can you ask if anyone sells this on Island? What is it? They're looking for a product. Oh, it says, I can't find it, so I don't know whose page that is, but it says content unavailable. All right. All righty. People dress according to how they think. Yes. Miss Universe Jamaica, that was her second attempt before she won. The one that just won this weekend? Okay. All right. 936-2626. Ooh, Tropical Storm Erin is out there. We got to watch that one. Keeping an eye. This one says, Sandra, empowerment won't make them win against the other countries on the stage. Child, let me screenshot this one. Because, yes, y'all need to get this. If you think Cayman, your experience here in Cayman was good, I can tell you that if you won and you got up against those other girls, child, they're going to be kicking you down the stage at the pageant. I'm just saying, you're not ready. You're not ready for that reality check. You think they're going to be, it's all about sisterhood and equal airtime. Cayman is lucky that we even get a little 2-second glimpse across the stage because, you know, we have to pay them, the Miss Universe franchise, and they have their favorites too. and they show favoritism and they do all that kind of stuff. And there's certain countries, that's why they be getting more exposure, and then all of a sudden they show up in the top 10. Cayman not gonna get all of that. As soon as they say Miss Cayman Islands, they swoop to the next country, whoever comes after us. Hold on a second now. Let me show y'all this comment. So this person says the following. Sandra, empowerment will make them win against other countries on the stage. Her attitude stinks and she needs to lose the weight and be healthy. That is facts. If you want to go on the stage, lose the weight. They need to stop normalizing everything. The world picks these ladies to set an example. An example needs to be fit and toned. Well, a lot of them are neither fit nor toned. They're just skinny. So that's fine because, again, that is the world of pageantry. Just because you're skinny doesn't mean that you're healthy. But in the world of pageantry, hello, you're being judged on skinny. You're not really being fit unless it's a fitness competition. You're not really being fit at judging that. Some of the men are listening to this. This one is a very interesting analogy. You know, men in their cars, honey child. So this gentleman says, if you're a civil servant, you get a bonus for doing nothing. That is, where's my kaboom button? Yes, Juliana O'Connor Conley. She gives departments money. Oh, you know, Radio Cayman is failing, but we're going to give them extra money. That's the kind of bullshit that she gets up as premier of this country and says, why some of our young people are so delulu. That's why y'all delusional. Because you think in the real world, performance doesn't matter. Results don't matter. That is what is, oh yeah. Let's give the civil servants an honorarium just because. No, sir. So he goes on to say, it's like taking your dirty Rolls Royce to a car show. Yep. People gonna be looking at it going like, what the hell? No, honey child. All right, let me see. Hold on a second. Just trying to see what other comments. Someone says, do not feed into Yona and her nonsense. I'm no longer on the committee, but they did a lot for her. She is delusional. Hot mess. Another person watching and going to mention the sash, but you did. You're right. What a hot mess. Morning. The woman who sashed her is Lavinia. Sorry. Oh shit. I've been mispronouncing her name. Lavinia Miller Ebanks. So apparently they're cousins. I guess Miss Lavinia is her older cousin. Yes. Let me see now. This other person says, well, Sweaty Pits is a home wrecker, so there's y'all need to stop. Oh my God. That's true. Fit is not equal to skinny. I meant to say skinny. She's realizing that she doesn't have a leg to stand on. Why isn't Tiona calling in? I think she probably thought that you'd be defending her. That's why she won't call in again. Well, young lady, you know, you're such an articulate young lady that I wish you would call in so that we can have a conversation. And maybe, you know, you write very, 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 very eloquently. And so I'm assuming you're going to express yourself just as eloquently and give us more insight into what you say was the issue. Somebody sent this picture, said they're not going to compete with this. I mean, come on now, Caymanians. This is what we're up against. Abby says, make brownies moist again. Child, I might have to make some today. You got that right, Abby. Bring back moist brownies. Do not call in, lady. You're hand-trained. Behave yourself. Cindy, now you come off my auntie. She gave us a bonus when you gave us but dry up brownies and judgment on big people being delusional. I can remember that when I get more cookies next time, you know. I'm crossing you off of the cookie list. Those chocolate chip cookies are to die for. Oh my God, they're so moist. Mm-mm. Aisle 2025 says she's not calling anymore. I mean, oh, maybe this is her. I don't know who this is. Good morning, caller.
Good morning.
Oh, you know, beauty pageant queen wannabe. What do you?
Well, I'll tell you what. I mean, I don't know why anybody would want to compete in Miss Universe because you don't even have to be a woman anymore to compete.
Right? What a hot friggin' mess.
I'll leave you there.
Oh, damn. Drop that bomb on us and leave you right there. You don't even have to be a woman. So now y'all gonna be competing against men who have all been physically augmented. And child, some of them be fooling you good. You know, they look like women, but they get everything done. Some of them, what they call them, lady boys? Shit. You can't compare them. Mm-mm. Good luck to you. You got to compare men and women now. Hello, good morning. Hi, can I get you to call this show number? This is actually my personal number. 936. Yeah, 936 2626. Yes. All right. Well, Damien says, thank you for being conservative. Well, that's not really about being conservative. You know, it's if it's a beauty pageant for women, it should be a beauty pageant for women. If it's a beauty pageant for men, it should be a beauty pageant for men. That's all I'm saying. Good morning, caller. Welcome to the program.
Good morning. This is Tiona.
Hi, Tiona. Morning. How are you?
AKA Dacian. My middle name is Dacian.
Oh, I was wondering where that came out from. I'm like, who the hell's Dacian?
Yeah.
You had me confused. All right, Tiona. Boy, you've created a little bit of a storm in relation to this pageant, but I want you to explain to us. I read your post that you put up, but can you give us some solid examples on how you say that you were being treated unfairly? Like you said, there was a double standard. You give one example about being able to choose your own picture, but I mean, I'm assuming that there are times when you might pick a picture and other times, like, I don't know. To me, that's not any kind of a smoking gun. So come again.
So there was a lot, going on. The pageant started with, we had like at least eight contestants that joined. Mm-hmm. And as time went on, it was like, I don't know what they knew or what happened, but these contestants, they left. They just left and left and left. And I thought to myself, should I leave? But I was like, no, like I deserve to be here as well. I deserve to have a space. So I stayed here. I stayed there.
So let me stick a pin. You sound like a very intelligent young lady. You articulate yourself well. And so when you say that to me, my brain automatically says, well, if you say that you don't know why they left, then that has nothing necessarily to do with the pageant. Maybe people
most part, I can explain. For the most part, they said that, they had personal stuff. So some wanted to travel. Some just simply felt like they didn't have a sponsor or they would get a sponsor. And this came from a young lady that was, on the bigger side as well. She was older and she was a mother. And that really hurt me. I wanted her to stay. Also,
hello?
There were,
Oh, there you go.
There were, just other girls who just left. Like even last minute, we had 5 contestants and the girl that left, she's very kindly. I took to her, but she left as well.
So you're saying they left for personal reasons. So
personal reasons.
Shit happens in life, that doesn't necessarily have anything to do with, it looks like they didn't realize probably the amount of commitment that was involved in even doing the pageant. So, okay. All right. So they left. That to me, that doesn't say anything. That's neither here nor there about the pageant itself, the organizers, or even you. I mean, you choose to stay or leave based on your own issues. So let's move past that. That to me, again, that's not a smoking gun, but let's see what else we got here. So you start doing the pageant and you say that you felt like you were being treated differently. Now, let me ask you a question. Tiona, I understand that you don't drive. Is that correct?
No, I don't drive.
And so my understanding is that the pageant committee members, including Ms. Derry, she's the pageant holder, that she actually went to great lengths to make sure that you were getting rides where needed to the various events. Would you say that that's an accurate description of what happened?
That was about the driving situation with Miss Derry?
Yeah. Did the committee, including Ms. Derry, try to accommodate you as much as possible with getting a ride? No?
It was like a last minute thing. So if I was at an event and I couldn't get a ride home with my mom, I'd have to, ask, one of the other contestants or wait for my mom to get me. But there was like only twice. It was from the radio shows. So Ms. Derry was able to take me to work. She never took me home.
Did she ever pick you up? Did she ever drive north side?
Yeah.
Okay. Did she ever drive from north side to pick you up to take you to any event at all?
No, not at all. It was only the speaking coach, Miss Kim. She took me to Northside one evening. I'm very thankful for that. She was one of the best people that was there on the committee or in the pageant itself.
All right. But I mean, even giving you a ride a couple times, even that, that's kind of going out of your way because I'm not there to give you a ride, right? So, most people be like, girl, you're 25 years old. You better catch a bus or phone a friend because,
I know. And I even caught the bus sometimes as well. Okay. And that's me. I'm a person very independent. Apart from, I hate that I don't have my license yet, but I've had my learner's license for a while. I failed my tests multiple times. And I don't even think driving maybe in the car is for me. Maybe God doesn't want me to drive for some reason.
Don't say that foolishness. This ain't got nothing to do with God. I don't know why you're failing it, but maybe you just need a little bit more practice and studying a little bit harder. What are you failing? The written test or the driving test?
The driving test.
Okay.
Not the written, the driving.
Yeah, you're just apprehensive. I do feel that maybe you have a little bit of a nervous energy about you, and maybe your self-esteem really isn't where it needs to be. But you'll learn how to drive. That ain't got nothing to do with God. That ain't got nothing to do with God.
Yeah.
So who is that in the background? I hear a lot of noise. That your mom in the background?
Yeah, she's over here. She's very apprehensive. Any little thing she gets upset.
Yeah, well, she probably stressing you out. So tell mama to keep it down. Because
I want her to relax, but she never seems to.
Let me tell you something. A stressful parent can make you a stressful child.
I know.
So, all right. So, when you went into this pageant, let me ask you a question. Did you realistically think, as a full-figured young lady, that you had a chance of actually winning the title?
I did.
Really?
I do. Because I was inspired by some of the other contestants in 2023. There was a plus size competent I didn't even know to say the word. First plus size lady that entered the competition from her hometown. She won in her country and she made it to Miss Universe. She didn't place, but it was a moment where I was like, hey,
you mean
I can do it.
Somewhere else in the world.
Yeah, somewhere else in the world. But I know I had faith in Cayman. I don't know why I had faith in Cayman.
I don't think it's even about it's not even about Cayman. But that's
just how I say it. I had faith in, the judges. I had faith in whoever was in part of the pageant. I just had faith in the goodness of people because sometimes good things do happen. I know the world is cruel. And I know most times, someone like me wouldn't be considered. I could have 10 degrees, 10 doctorates. You were just talking about the beautiful doctor. I could have had, I could have 2 doctorates. If I have the extra weight, hell no. No.
But you do understand that has nothing to do with Cayman, that this is an international standard, right? So whilst you
kind of has to do with Cayman, because as a society, we need to understand that it's a country. It's how people think. It's who influences who is who. At the end of the day, everyone is going to have their own opinions. And most opinions are shaped from public bias. That's how we learn and grow. As children, we learn and we grow. Skinny is good. Fat is bad.
But
being black,
those
not
biases,
good. We need to be lighter, wider.
Yes,
that is it.
Yes. I mean, I agree with you. But those biases are international. The international standard of beauty. I mean, you talk about the one person who was a full figure on the international stage, but she is the exception and not the rule. So I'm not saying that you couldn't get there, but I'm saying the chances of you getting even to Miss Universe, because, the people in your own country are going to pick you, are pretty slim. when we look at the top
and
5 contestants.
And it's also, Miss Sandra, you have to think it's, there has been a time where women couldn't vote. Black people couldn't vote. There was still slavery. And if that one person didn't say, I'm going to go there, I'm going to go out.
Okay.
I'm going to do this, we wouldn't have what we have today.
Aww. I feel
if everyone
you.
did what you said, Ms.
Yes.
Sandra, it'd be easy and sat home.
I feel what you're saying. But I think that you need I hear you, and I'm hearing you saying somebody has to break the mold.
And I'm glad that I entered even through all of this.
Yes.
Because I've gotten girls coming up to me, they've been inspired and they want to enter and they're slightly bigger than me. Mm-hmm. And I want to say yes, but I don't want them to face what I face.
I hate beauty pageants. I hate that you're even crying over this morning. I want you to, I know that it is. And that's why I said, I get a sense that there's a lot more going on with you than we are even aware of. And so I want you to be empowered, but I'm saying don't do it through a pageant, because these people are not there to empower you. They're there to judge you based on your looks. You understand what I'm saying? You are intelligent. You are smart. You want to do a show on CMR TV? We're looking for good, smart, intelligent people. Talent where talent actually matters. I'm just saying the world is your oyster, and I get your point about let's go against the green. But when you go against the green, girl, you're going to get some shit thrown at you.
I know. I knew that, but I didn't know to this extent. It became sick at a certain point, especially with the Photoshop. Like, I knew Miss University to Photoshop, to blur the skin, to make it look, but the girls still look like them in the photos. My Photoshop was to the extreme. Like, I couldn't even recognize myself when photos were posted.
How did they Photoshop your picture?
And I actually reached out to the photographer. I actually reached out to the committee, and I was like, I don't like this. Please treat me fairly. The other girls, they got, a slight, blur on their face, any imperfections like stretch marks and stuff like that. But for me, they went and they changed my nose, made my nose thinner.
They did all that?
Smaller. And I was like, yes. So I'm not supposed to be proud of my Black heritage now? It was just a strange situation. They didn't slim me. So they didn't slim me. So I was like, okay with that. I was okay. My weight wasn't, that big of a prob. But
so they were actually, you say they're actually, the photographer is altering.
And I reached out to Miss Darian. She said, we're going to look into it for you. We're going to ensure that, they don't do it again. And they did it again. It's when the People's Choice photos came out. I looked at the original photos. I got someone to send it to me. And I look completely different in those. So they're just not listening to my request as a human being at that point. It was like my humanity, my dignity was stolen.
And so again, when we're dealing with this world of pageantry and beauty, photoshopping is the norm. I mean, we've seen epic, the Kardashians always get it wrong when they try to Photoshop it themselves. But you weren't ready for that. Do you think that your expectations going into this were realistic?
My expectations were realistic.
You think
it was realistic? In my worldview, it was realistic. In the world, I knew it was unrealistic, but that shouldn't stop me. We only get one life, Miss Sandra.
Okay. Well, I mean, it's true that you only get one life, and I guess you can certainly chalk this up to a very, very interesting experience. But I also think that now that you've experienced it and you're here being very, very emotional, and you're saying that this has been a really rough journey for you, and you weren't expecting for people to be as harsh and judge you as much. I think that is the real reality check. The reality check isn't always what we think about ourselves or what's happening in the world around us. It's when other people step in and say, no, this is what we think.
And the funny thing is, a lot of people, before I even entered the pageant, I had some, older people that was in my community that I looked up to, not just at work, but also, just in the community. And they told me, Tiona, I think you need to lose some weight before you enter, try to lose as much as possible. And I did do that. I worked my off.
How much weight did you lose before the pageant?
I didn't post like the other girls. I didn't post, for my reasons. I didn't think a pageant should be about losing weight and exercising and in the gym 24/7 and body shaping. And I didn't believe it. So I had to put my view, my reputation out there, who I am. And I'm a person, yes, I want you to be healthy, work towards it. No one is going to be skinny. Some people have health issues, PCOS, I deal with that. I have a lot of hormone issues. And I don't eat like a pig. Unfortunately, everyone want to say I actually eat like Caribbean food, like healthy food, 3 meals a day and maybe some snacks. But I didn't splurge. I didn't binge eat. I'm not that type of person. I have self-control. So it was like I lost weight. I lost over 20 pounds, Miss Sandra. And that was very good for me. I lost over 20 pounds during the pageant. And yes, I started bigger than the other girls. So I couldn't have been a size 8 by the pageant night. And I don't think anyone was expecting me to be a size 8 on pageant night. But I had higher expectations for myself. I found myself picking myself a little bit more, but I tried to ground myself.
Can I ask you a personal question? What size are you? Because it's a beauty pageant, so size matters.
Large,
you're a
extra
size
large.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So I'm a large to extra large, depending on the outfit. And I'm big breasted like you. I had a breast reduction because they're just too much. And I know that, in beauty pageants, again, being that naturally big breasts is not something that they're going to appreciate. And I
noticed that as well. And it was funny because they tried to be fair, like you said, with the swimsuits, to give everyone the same swimsuit. But they could have, thought, okay, Tiona has a bigger bust. So the little tube top, my mom had to actually sew me a piece of clear strap on the left end so that my breast could not be sliding down from the bathing suit. So it was a bathing suit for typically, the other 3 contestants, flat-chested kind of girls. But I don't know. They tried to be accommodating, but they weren't the smartest going about it. And I think that's why they're angry with me. That's why they want to tear me to shreds. But if you guys are listening, please leave me alone.
Yeah, I don't think it's the committee that is trying to... they haven't made any sort of statements. I haven't heard anything coming out from them. So,
my intentions were not to destroy the committee or anything or harm the girls. But I had to speak my truth. I had to be honest with myself. And I wanted to warn other girls like me. They can do what they want in their corner. But the thing is, also, another thing is, you guys said, plus-size girls shouldn't enter. We shouldn't go if we know we're going to be treated a certain way, or we know we're going to be treated a certain way. But it's like, then don't confuse that. Don't say it. Don't say it. You can enter.
This is where I think the problem
change it back to
lies.
The original standards. Change it to a set weight limit, a set age as well. I found age is the issue. The last few winners, they weren't old, especially internationally as well. They've been 21, around 21 or 22, something like that. Anyone 25 or older, haven't seen them in the works for a while. But they've been, just set the age limit, set the weight limit, set all of these things so that people understand where they're wanted, where their place is, where they're needed. Because I would have been fine, if they said, Tiona, you couldn't enter. Even last year, I didn't want to enter because I was even bigger than I am now. And I was like, I don't want to enter because I know exactly what you told me, 2024. And they even called me when I said, no, I wouldn't want to enter for my personal reasons. They were like, no, come Tiona, enter, please. I don't know if they needed more contestants. They needed the numbers.
Do you pay to enter? There's like an application fee.
We pay a fee. Yeah. But yeah, just leave me alone. If I said I want to enter. So when I entered 2025, I was like, they really want me to enter last year, right? I was so silly. So, I'm just going to enter this year and I'm going to try to do my best and just enjoy the experience. For the most part, I just wanted to enjoy the experience, get my face out there because I do want to be an actress and I do want to be a singer and I do want to work in the public sphere. And this was a leeway to that for me because I don't, unfortunately, unlike some of the other girls, I don't have a political figure as a father. I don't have a mother who works in the public eye.
That's a little bit. Hold on.
I don't know. No, I'm being honest.
No, but Tiana,
I don't have the support that.
No,
the
but
only persons that truly know me are people in my community in the small district of Northside.
Right. Let me.
And Northside has not competed in this pageant for over 10 years.
Hold on.
And I was the first in 10 years. And now I know why we haven't competed. I wanted to open the doors to other girls in my community to enter, to be proud where they come from. They don't have to be from Georgetown to win. Have you ever go on ChatGPT or Google and go and Google and say the past winners in Miss Universe Kim Nolans and their districts? Georgetown's list is long.
Well, Georgetown is also the biggest. Georgetown is also the biggest district, right?
If you take a quick glance, and Northside, only one person.
But
he said only two people.
Tiana, hold on a second. Couple things that I need to give you a reality check with a couple things.
Kind of biased. It's sad.
It's not about being biased. It's about Northside is pretty small. So, I mean, it's not a whole lot of people that are going to come from Northside. Georgetown is the biggest district. You know, so
I know that's the thing, but I did enter this year and I was hoping that, my experience would have led to a floodgate. Or some doors being open. Something in their minds. Because I believe we have not placed in Miss Universe. We have not, and I don't think we're going to do it anytime soon.
No, because listen,
I'm telling you with my
small
knowing
potatoes.
We're not going to do it anytime soon.
But listen,
unless we take the time. I'm telling you, people don't listen to me until it's too late. Listen,
Tiana.
I'm telling you, not anytime soon. Until we realize that the world, yes, it's an evil world, but there are things beyond us. There is God. There is people looking down on how people are treated, how people are affected, and who is being able to do what. And if these people aren't able to participate or even just enjoy and experience, how do you think that this thing that I've just explained is going to allow us to just win? This pretty skinny, tall,
let me say,
I'm not talking about Tahiti right now. I'm talking about anyone.
All right, I need to let me pump the brakes on you for a second.
It's just gonna win or place? No, it doesn't work like that.
All right, hold on, Tiana. Tiana, listen to me. On the international stage, there's a lot of politics that happens with the pageant world. We don't have the clout to ever place. Let's be clear about that. We're not spending enough at the level that we would need to be. We don't have enough influence to probably ever place. So that's a totally separate argument. That has nothing to do with the looks of our young ladies at all. I just put up a thing.
I think, and that's what I think the committee thinks it is. This year, when they had a lot of talk of, we really want one of you guys to place us there. We really want one of you guys.
But they always say that. They always say that. It has nothing to do with
what you think that consists of. It consists of getting someone who's very visible, at least in Cayman, someone who is slim, someone who's tall, who looks like the typical conventionally attractive person.
Well, I don't think that's
what
fair.
They meant. And they took that, and I understood there that it wasn't going to be me. But something inside me told me it could have been me as well. But, they didn't give me the shot.
All right,
know they think along conventional lines, and I appreciate that because they're realistic.
Okay.
But I'm not a delusional person. I choose to look on the bright side.
Okay, let's back up a little bit here. You kind of took a jab at the winner just now, and I don't think it's fair for you to do that because couple
I didn't
things.
take a jab. I just said that. No, I didn't mention her. I was talking this in general.
No. You took a jab when you said, about her father being in politics and whatever. Let me say this. I'm going to give you a little bit of insight, and so sometimes.
No, I didn't say that. I didn't say any of that.
Well, I'm gonna hit the rewind button because you said something about her butt visibility.
No, they can listen over to the video.
All right. So listen to me because I need to make a point here to you, right? Because we know what we know, but we don't know what we don't know. All right. So what you don't know is that same young lady who won, she also lost 20 pounds going into and leading up to. Okay. What you also don't know is she purposely requested for her father to not attend any of the events because she did not, just because of who he is, she did not want anyone to think that she was getting any preferential treatment because of that. And, she just didn't even want him to be there. So the argument could be made that I don't know how supportive her father is. But even if he wanted to be more supportive of her, he was respecting her wishes and not coming to the event because she did not want the perception. Because now you're judging her based on something that you don't necessarily know. I mean, yeah, because you just said that about her dad. So
no, I didn't. No, doll, I didn't say that. I said this. I said,
what did you say
my
about a political father?
My father is not in a position of power. My mother is not a prominent person in the community. My mother and my father are humble people who work hard. They're not someone who, you know, they're not out there. They don't make millions. They don't make thousands, billions. They just do what they have to do to raise me and to support me. That's all. That's all I was mentioning. And you took it and you twisted it. And I've noticed, can I please speak this one last time? I've noticed that a lot of people are twisting my words and they're trying to just understand my character as a person. Please do not twist my words. Because whatever you probably think I said or wanted to say, that was not me. And it's very destructive. Not only for me, for the other people you're insinuating about. So don't do that.
But girl,
don't have a perception or bias of me and then twist my words to be according to that.
No, girl, I think you do need to go back and hear what you said. Maybe you didn't mean to say it. You're not remembering it right now, but I am willing. Listen, I'm listening very, very intently to you. Okay. Because there's a lot more going on here than meets the eye. And now you're telling me something that was said a few minutes ago that you didn't say. I was the only person who heard you say it. Other people are saying, hit the replay button because you did say it. What I'm saying to you is, Tiana, you're coming across as a very smart young lady, but I think there's a lot going on with you. And so I think that there are things that you need to focus on outside of the pageantry world and outside of even this situation that would really benefit you. You need to be more introspective and have the ability to kind of look at yourself from the perspective of a third person viewpoint, right? And so I want to try to give you some constructive feedback because you're saying people are coming at you. They're having a lot to say, but you don't go out there and put up statements and be in the comment section saying all this stuff and not expect people to respond and, in your words, come at you. They're not necessarily coming at you.
But that's why I wrote something right after to explain myself. Just to leave it there. I didn't want to call names. Notice I didn't call names in what I wrote. I didn't make names. I didn't make statements. I didn't do any of that because it was just a general statement I wanted to make about the pageant community, about the international pageants as well. And hopefully they take something from this. They learn and they grow. That's all I wanted.
Well, I'm hoping that you are going to be willing to learn and grow from this as well, because
I'm a person, I continually improve myself and I grow. I've grown through this pageant and I've grown the last 5 years as an adult. Right? So it's been a while. 6 to 7 years, my bad. Been adult for a while.
Yes. I mean, you still have a long ways to go, I think, with just life experiences and stuff, right?
Yeah,
but I mean, listen, this is one experience in life. You're going to have many more. I mean, don't let this get you down, but I do think that there's certain things that you were going into this expecting that, in my humble opinion, were simply not realistic at all. So I just want you to maybe reflect on this. Tell your mama to stay out of your head. She needs to stop talking because that's why you're getting, that's why you're getting all confused. Like if she stops talking, you can kind of focus on you and what you need to. Lord Jesus.
Do you want to speak? I think my mom wants to say something.
She clearly has something to say. Put her on the phone.
Okay. Hey, Mom, I say something.
I mean, she's saying a lot in the background, so she might as well.
Want to say, but you can... Yeah, Miss Sandra.
Mother, you're in the background, yakety yacky yak. We could only hear you. We could even hear Tiana properly. Good morning.
Oh, sorry about that.
Yes, ma'am.
She's kind of emotional, and a lot of what she needs to say, she's not saying it, and then she's getting
Yes, but I think you're also. I'm gonna be honest with you, Mama. You're a little bit controlling because I hear you back there making her emotional and making her stressed out. So if you're not controlling your emotions, you know how easily that goes on to the child, right? And Tiana is 25 years old, but I feel like she's not the most mature 25-year-old. You've probably been holding her hand a lot in life. So tell me, what's your take on this? Because it sounds like there's a lot of shit that has gone down here. So what's your take on it?
Yeah, I'm not holding her back in life. She does what she wants to do. She make up her mind to do whatever she wants to do. I support her and I will give her advice, you know. She wanted to go into this thing. You know, at first I never wanted her, but she wanted to, you know. I support her. I am the one that takes her to all the practices, waits on her until 8, 10, 11, 12 o'clock at night, picking her up, dropping her off. And Genesis, the other contestant, she's very sweet. She's one sometimes that she'll bring her home from practice. Otherwise, from that, and Miss Donna, she's a sweetheart. So for anybody else, maybe once or maybe twice, they probably pick her up, drop her from where she was to go in the day and drop her back to work. But otherwise, it's just me. And as Jenny says, one of the contestants, she's a very sweetheart. She will take her, give her a ride from the practices and drop her home sometimes. Yeah. But to be honest, Tiona never really went in like as a big thing on her mind to say she's going to win. She knows how this thing works, so anybody can win. But during the pageant, I mean the practice and all of that, she complains. She says a few little things that sometimes, she wasn't comfortable with certain things and, a lot of little things. And I tell her, I say, just be strong, stand strong and keep doing the thing. You want to enter. It's a good experience. Don't pay anybody any mind. Use a plus size. Yes. Everybody can be skinny. Everybody's not going to be fat. So there's not a crime against thick people or skinny people. You understand? And everybody should have equality, rights to do and try stuff. You understand? Right? So, but at least Miss Donna, she has great smiles. She's photogenic. Come on. And it's 4 girls. As I said, she never went in with a big heart that, well, she's going to be the winner. No, because she already knows how this thing works.
Well, I'm not so sure, though, because you're saying that, but she's also saying and comparing it to, well, there's another girl in another country who won, so maybe it was Cayman's time to have a big girl win. And so I'm hearing conflicting things here, I must say.
That give her the courage. Miss Donna. That give her the courage, Yes. In 2023, there's a contestant here in Cayman that entered, and she was treated bad as well, and she never got anything. And I guess so it's about the plus size people, I think, But anyhow, she went and she did her thing, and I don't give her a right to walk off at the stage like that, But we wasn't feeling the way how she was feeling. Some people take things differently, Some people not strong as others, And so we weren't in her shoes to know how she was feeling while she went off, which I spoke to her. I said, raise you better than that. Raise you to be strong and, stand strong. And, afterwards, when you get off a day, then you could, whatever. You understand? So, and I give her the right for that. But at least, come on, she could have get Miss Photogenic or Miss Best Smile. Because if you look back at the pageant.
The funny thing is, throughout the entire pageant, even the committee members are like, Tiona, you have a beautiful smile. We love your smile. You have a beautiful smile. I know they don't they're not the judges. They won't judge who has the best smile. But I was like, okay, at least I may get one. Because there's 4 contestants. And personally, I would at least give everyone at least 2 or 3 awards. 3 for the winners and at least 2 awards.
Who got the best smile?
I think it was Genesis.
Okay.
But yeah, I guess because I have a gap, it's ugly or something to them. But listen, I was like, if I smile my hardest, maybe I can get, at least best smile. Because there's no reason for one of us to go home with nothing.
Okay.
Well, I worked my butt off, I think I did really well.
Listen, to make you feel better, they did create a 3rd runner-up prize for you. So
I feel like it was just, I don't think it was anything, extraordinary. Because 3rd runner-up is simply, no matter what title you give it, it's just someone who didn't, they're basically saying that you're a loser. They're basically saying that you didn't do well.
Everybody's a loser if you didn't get crowned.
I'm telling you, that's 3rd runner-up. It's basically saying you didn't get anything, but hey, we're going to throw on a sash and give you a plaque as well.
Well,
because there's only 4 contestants.
You got something
That's basically what it is.
You got something for participating.
I'm thankful for it.
I mean,
but
let's be
even
honest.
if I didn't get it, I would have understood that as well. I'm very mature, Miss Sandra.
Lord.
But thank you.
Tiana, I hear your lips saying one thing, but I think deep down, your attitude and the way that you say certain things says more to me than the words that you're using. Yes.
I think we share this in common. I'm a very blunt person. I don't like to sugarcoat too much. I don't want to harm feelings, so I do sugarcoat. But I also like to tell the truth, and I don't want lies. I don't want mix-ups, and I don't want name blaming. So it may come off kind of rude or attitude, but I'm not. I respect everyone, and I want everyone to be treated with respect. That's my MO.
I think that when you're in a, say for example, your social media influencer, your talk show host, that's different. When you're in a pageant, you have to suck it up and come with the right kind of attitude across the board. There were actually some of the judges, apparently, I don't even know who the judges were, but people told me that they overheard the judges saying, oh, she has a really bad attitude. So, I mean, I think there's so much more that was happening with this, and your part to play in it. You got to be able to reflect on this experience and take some accountability for maybe, you were not really stepping it up as much as you think. Forget about the looks department for a second. There are other things that play a really, really important role here. Even when you said, oh, because I've got a gap. Having a gap in your teeth does not make your smile unpretty or whatever. But having an attitude
I've been
you're
teased
negative
and bullied about it. So I've been teased and bullied about it, but not from the people in the pageant, but
this
just
is a
in
lot
general
of,
growing up. So it's a thing. It's kind of in the back of my
Tiana,
mind. I've grown out of it.
I know.
It's still there.
You haven't grown out of it because you wouldn't have mentioned it if you had. But Tiana, what I'm going to say to you is a lot of how you're feeling right now in this whole pageant experience has nothing to do with the pageant itself. It's things that you as a person need to be working on. And I get that you're still young. You're only 25 years old. We all sometimes get in our feelings and we feel a particular way about people judging us, etc. But I really think that a lot of what you're feeling and you're experiencing is you're projecting. And what you put out there is what you're going to get back. So there's a lot of people that are proud of you, and a lot of people have a lot of positive things to say about you, but you're going to focus on the negativity because in yourself, you're being hard and negative on yourself, and I was bullied. People made fun of my gap. People made fun of me because I was fat and I was this. Have you ever gone to therapy? Let me ask you a question. Have you ever sought therapy?
No.
Have you thought about it? Because it's something that is everybody should have a mental health check-in and a therapist that you can trust.
I don't want to talk about this. This is a little too personal, Sandra.
Oh.
But thanks for having me on the show.
I mean, it was just a general
question.
question.
Thank you for speaking with me.
All right.
I hope you have a good day. Bye.
All right. Thank you.
I'm sorry if I hurt anyone as well. If I offended or hurt anyone.
No, okay.
All right.
Have a good one. All right, my dear. What did I miss? I'm saying, have you ever gone to therapy? I'm just saying, like, we all need a good therapist every once in a while. A little check-in with a mental health professional. And so I hit a nerve there for sure. Wow. Caller? I mean, I heard a lot of insecurity in there, not coming from what other people were doing from her, but from herself. And then projecting and saying negative things about other people. Like, you can't take anything away from the current winner and think that that's going to make you look good. And did you hear her say what she said about the current winner's political connections, her father? Because I know I heard it. And she's saying that I'm twisting things, that's not what she said. I'm like, girl, what the hell? Yes. Mm. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Mm-hmm. 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 Mm. She was not listening at all. Yes. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Oh gosh, hold on. People saying that they can't even hear you. Oh Lord Jesus, hold on. Let me double check the settings here. Hold on one second. Oh, that's strange. They should be able to hear you. I'm just double checking my settings. One second. All that time you and I having a conversation by yourselves, apparently. um, Hold on. I mean, all the settings are correct for you to be able to hear. I know you're calling through WhatsApp, so sometimes I have to double check my WhatsApp settings. No, they said, yeah, they're saying they can't hear you, but I have you on. Hold on. Keep talking. Let me see if they can hear you now.
Can you hear me now?
All right. Can anybody hear him? Oh Lord, all this time I thought they could hear you, but let me double check. I made one audio setting change. How about now?
Good morning, Cayman. Can you hear me now?
Yes, they can hear you now. So you might have to repeat some of what you said. My apologies.
No, I was saying that there's a lot to be said for losing with grace.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes the way you carry yourself in defeat says more about your character than the win ever could. And when you start making subtle digs at, the winners, it doesn't
they were not
make
really
you
all
look
that
any
subtle, but
stronger.
anyway.
Well,
She might have thought they were subtle, but they were actually quite
I
obvious.
think what it sounded to me like was more of a Freudian slip, because she did say,
Mm-hmm.
I don't have a politician father and I don't have a thing. So even if people, I mean, I'm gonna say that it's subtle, right? But what I'm saying is that those kinds of digs and stuff, it doesn't make you look any stronger. It just makes the loss look bigger, right? And right now she's coming across as somebody who's bitter.
Mm-hmm.
And when that happens, people stop focusing on the point she's making, and they start reacting to the emotion instead. As I was saying to you just now,
Mm-hmm.
I don't really watch pageants, not my thing. But it just popped up on my YouTube feed, and I just thought to give it a chance, right?
Mm-hmm.
And in listening to her response, I mean, she's a beautiful woman. I thought that she had, the most eloquent answer above all of them there when it was the question and answer round, right? But right now, like in just listening to that interaction between you and her, I just wanted to say that, when somebody talks over people and they interrupt and they come across as argumentative, they're not winning the conversation, right? Like, I wanted to say to her, whatever sympathy I had for her before is now dead. If you're trying to persuade people, you've got to let them hear you. And that means listening as much as you speak. Right now, the way she was coming across is making it hard for anybody to be on her side, even if they might agree with parts of what she's saying. I don't know. That was painful to hear.
Yeah.
I think,
and we were all saddened by the fact that, we heard her get emotional. And this is why I asked the question, which obviously was, she said that, okay, that was too personal. I mean, she answered it and said no. So then when she said after that was too personal, about whether or not she's ever engaged in any therapy, because people think that you have to be completely broken for therapy to be something that is beneficial to you. And that's not the case at all. All of us need to do regular wellness checks, right? And so I do feel that there's so much more going on with her, and she's telling, okay, people just leave me alone, but you don't go and enter a pageant to not be judged and for people to leave you alone.
But here's the thing. I mean, the therapy comment. I mean, people usually don't take that well when you say have to. I mean, I know that your heart's in the right place, but I mean, for her to say people leave me alone, she's been responding to every comment about it on social media. She's the one that chose to put up a press release, quote unquote. She's the one that chose to post up about it. Like, if you want people to leave it alone, then don't give it any more life.
Right. Yep.
Right. Like, accept the loss with grace. You're still beautiful. You're still intelligent. Anyway, I was getting upset by that interaction, so I felt I had to call in and say something. I wanted to say it to her directly, but anyway, it is what it is.
Yeah, it's pretty wild. I mean, I don't know. I don't know what else to say. I am I guess I'm disappointed, of course.
Me too.
That this whole pageant, and unfortunately, this ends up taken away from the winner, which I do think is unfortunate, because I do believe that Tahiti has worked extremely well. People are saying we must leave her alone now, as though we're doing something to her. I mean, we're discussing, Gabby says, I think y'all need to drop this subject. How, someone who takes the time to write as much text and responses and whatever, this is a topical conversation in the community. We just drop it because I don't understand. I don't understand how, once again, we're living in a community where we're babying our people too much.
And we're prioritizing emotions over,
and this leads, I mean, and she says she's a person who believes in speaking the cold hard truth like myself. And so maybe that's why she's coming across as having an attitude. I don't personally think that that's what it is, but she's entitled to her opinion. So it's shocking, the expectations that people have in this world that do not align with what's actually happening in the world. Yes, you're going to be judged. The second you get up out of bed and you put on clothes and you exit some of y'all don't even exit your house before you're being judged, right? Your family members are going to judge you. They're going to have commentary to make. Child, you put on 5 more pounds. You're looking fat. Even last week, we had Mr. Gillette call in. I kind of chuckled when he did it. He called in and made a comment about Ralston's weight, telling Ralston, don't be like them other politicians now and gain weight when you get into public office. And Ralston kind of chuckled and said, actually, I've lost weight, since I've been in there. So listen, people are going to judge you. We live in that world, and you can't be out here talking about, oh, you don't have a right to judge me. Just like an opinion, an asshole, people have one, and they're going to judge you.
But there's a line from one of my before they messed up the ending of the show anyway, Game of Thrones, you've heard of it? There's a line that I always remember that from the very first season, where one of the characters says to another character, don't forget who you are, because the rest of the world won't. Wear it like armor, and nobody will use it to hurt you. Nobody can use it to hurt you. So if you're big, if you're oversized, if you're skinny, if you're too tall, if you're too short, if you have gap teeth, if you have, whatever the insecurity is, own it, wear it.
Yes. Or fix it. Or fix it.
Or fix it.
A gap tooth. I had a gap tooth, and you get braces and you fix it if you need to.
Me too. But it's deeper than the gap tooth.
Yes, because I have never had an issue with a gap tooth. In fact, Madonna has a gap tooth that most of the time, sometimes she wears a flipper, but most of the time she leaves her gap tooth right there because it is the most beautiful thing in the world. I had to get braces for other reasons, not because of the gap tooth.
And I've heard Jamaican men talk to women that got gap teeth,
because they associate it with a certain for them.
Anyway, we're not going there. But,
exactly. All right, caller. Thank you very much. We got a few more callers trying to get in. Appreciate the phone call. Good morning, caller. Welcome to the program.
Hi, Sandy. Good morning to you.
Morning, dear. How are you?
Good. Thanks. I'm going to play a bit of the devil's advocate, I guess. Pageants aren't for the faint of heart. There's a lot of highs, there's a lot of lows, there's a lot of disappointments, and unfortunately, this young lady seems to have been sold a false hope.
But I'm wondering how much of that is of her own doing versus,
Well, it could be, but I don't want to make that assumption
Right.
either. I think her emotions are raw, and it's still new. It's still on the forefront, and she's still feeling all the disappointment and the hurt. She's still a young woman that's still growing and learning, and still has a lot of life to face, which is going to be greater disappointment she will face in life. As you know, and I know, as we get older, it never stops. It never ends. I just think it's going to take her a bit of time to get over this. And one day, hopefully, she'll look back on it and she see it differently and have learned from it and have been able to help numerous amount of people just due to this one experience that she had with this pageantry. And of course, talking therapy definitely does touch people the wrong way. A lot of people aren't willing to accept it. And a lot of people look at therapy for the people who are sick. They don't look at it as therapy as a good place to go for unbiased communications. And lastly, I think her mom needs to back off a little bit and let this
say that again. Sorry, I missed that. You think?
I think the mother needs to back off a little bit and not be so much in her ear, because with some parents, they are very, very influential in young people's lives. And we may think we know everything when in fact we don't. We're still learning, and as parents, still learning and growing. It doesn't come with a book. So yeah, I just think the mother needs to allow her daughter, be there lovingly, support her, but don't be so much in her ear, chewing on the ear. Because I agree with you. It was just too much in the background, and the young lady wasn't really able to properly process what you were saying, possibly, and she wasn't able to answer. And yet she did get defensive, but that's just a human mechanism that we deal with. We get defensive when if we feel attacked, and if she's feeling attacked. So God love her. I think she did great. I think she has a lot to be proud of. I don't think she should take all of this too personally, but just take an experience and move forward.
All right. Thank you so much. We got other callers calling in. Thank you, caller. I appreciate it. This one commenter says, I'd like to say something. Oh boy, when I saw your head throw back and look to the right, I was like, oh boy, you really held back. I'm trying to give our young people more grace, because I do think a lot of our Caymanian young people are being raised in environments where they couldn't survive I hate to say this, but they could not survive anywhere else but Cayman. And that's a sad indictment on us. That's not something that we should be proud of. They just don't have what it takes. Wow. Caller, what's your take on all this, my dear? What are your comments this morning? Oh, shoot. Sorry. I was trying to answer the phone. I thought I'd answer the phone. Good morning, caller.
Good morning, Sandra.
How are you?
I am very grateful. First of all, I want to commend you. You know, you don't get this from me, right? It's the first time. I want to commend you. No, I'm being real. I want to commend you on keeping your calm with that young lady this morning. Because obviously that could have gone really bad.
Because you know it's already after 9:30, right?
Yes. Well, I just, that one kind of flew past me for a minute. I had to grab it back anyway. But Sandra, if you would allow me, I would like to offer some advice, because I'm sure many young girls are thinking about entering. Perhaps some are listening. And as a past Miss Cayman Committee member of Miss Cayman World, Miss Cayman Universe, and the mother of a past beauty queen, my advice to any young lady who wants to enter any pageant, whether it's Miss Cayman or whatever else it is, this is not something you think about today and you jump in and fill out the application tomorrow. And, it doesn't work like that. You have to go through years of preparation. For example, I had no idea that my daughter wanted to enter Miss Teen. But she had that on her mind from she was 12 years old. And when she said it to me, of course, I was not, supportive of that for her. I didn't say that to her. But as time went on, she didn't let go of that. Kept talking to me about it. And the deadline to enter was the age to enter was age 17. And the application had to be filled out and signed by me. So, of course, I was always hoping that at some stage, she'd just get over this fantasy and move on. But she did not. So I very reluctantly signed the application for her, but I had a real sit down with her, and that continued as that pageant went forward. And up until the night before the pageant, because they have to go sleep at the hotel and so on, I had a talk with her again. And I said to her, listen, only one of you will win. And I just want you to understand, if that one is not you, I don't care what emotions you feel on that stage, you are going to behave and act the way you were raised. You're going to congratulate the winners. And when it's time to leave the stage, you leave the stage. If you want to go home and cry all night, cry for a week, cry for a month, that is fine. But you're not doing it on that stage. Okay, so she won. That's one part of it. And just to say, even when you're popular within the competition, even when you have everything, physically, emotionally, you're going to be criticized. So you have to be prepared for that. It doesn't matter what your age is. And please remember, my daughter was a teenager. She got it too, okay? I'll give you a fine example. And I believe, Sandra, you may have been on Radio Cayman back then, co-hosting
with Anya. I remember.
That's right.
We did Youth Flex when she was doing it. I was there with her. Yeah.
Let me tell your listening audience what she experienced. Even if you were not on that particular show, this was shortly after she had been crowned, and the girls always got invited to go on Cayman 27 and then Radio Cayman. And the mother of the former queen, the girl who had crowned my daughter, she called while my daughter was there and said to her that she needed a reality check because she didn't think she deserved to win. Okay? So, or she said, or maybe she didn't say to my daughter that she needed a reality check, but she did tell her she didn't think that she deserved to win. My daughter responded to her and said, yeah, I think she used the word reality check, because my daughter responded and said to her, well, here's a reality check for you. Now, she got in trouble with the committee.
So this actually happened on air?
This happened on air.
Oh, wow.
For a 17-year-old girl.
And this was back in the day? Yes, they bold.
This was 1999, I think. Yeah, 99, that's right. And so my daughter responded to her. And she got in trouble afterwards because they felt she should not have responded and said, and I said, no, I step in. I said, she was attacked. That was wrong. That's a grown woman. She's a teenager. She has just been crowned. And it doesn't matter how anyone felt. And I think they had like 8 girls, right? That had entered that year. So I said she had the right to defend herself because no one should have called her and said that to her. That was not right. And so, I mean, she didn't use, any profanity or anything like that. She just said, well, here's a reality check for you. And let me show you something else. The girl who crowned my daughter, which was this woman's daughter, she was quietly rooting for my daughter to win. So it just goes to show you that it's just like politics. There's a candidate running. You have houses divided over it. You know, one is going to root you, one is not going to. But to move on, my advice to any young lady who wants to enter a pageant, you have to prepare yourself. And it's not just physical. Okay, if you're a little bit overweight, you have time to lose that weight and maintain that weight loss. It's not just about skin deep beauty. Beauty comes out in many ways. But please remember, it's a beauty pageant. So obviously they're looking for that as well. The Miss Cayman pageantry has to fall in line. I'm not really sure how it is now because I know they've made some changes, but they have to fall in line with the international standards. That's why when we see Miss Universe crowned and Miss World crowned, I hate to say this, and this is not to discourage any Caymanian girl, because it is a great experience if you are cut out for that run. But it's going to be a cold day in hell before we see a Miss Cayman even make it to the top 5. And that is because our girls do not have the preparation that they need, meaning the length of time. They don't have the training because it is done in such a short time.
Yeah.
They're already way behind.
Even the pageant date, Miss Brenda, this is now August, and you know our winner is going to be away in November. So call it September, October. She basically has 2 months of preparation. I mean, I think that's a short period of time.
And minus all of the local appearances and stuff that
she's expected to do.
And I'm glad you came to that point, Sandra, because when I was on the committee, one of the suggestions I made was that we should hold the pageant earlier in the year. That being one of the main reasons, because one of these pageants is November, the other one is December. The girls were being crowned in August or September, okay? And I said, it just doesn't give them enough time. Remember, now they have to get a whole new wardrobe and so on. And then, you, of course, mothers want to travel with their daughters. If there's a 2-parent home, then the parents want to travel. Sometimes the siblings want to travel with their siblings. And so you have to take all of these things into consideration. Apart from that, it was being held at the Lions Center. So I said, if we do it even March, it gives her enough time at least to get things organized. Plus, it's a cooler time of the year. People sitting there and all that heat. The girls are there under those lights and they're melting and so on. Anyway, so I'm very sorry to hear that, this girl is very upset. But if I were her, and I am not going to criticize her in any way, but if I were her, I would just pause, just stay off social media for a while. And, if there's an older person that she can talk to that would be very gentle with her, but honest, then I would be talking to that person. And I will also say this. Sometimes the parents want this more than the child. So the parents also have to accept that their child might not be the winner. I was, you see, to me, it didn't matter if my daughter won or not. I was okay either way because that's not for me. But I know my daughter wanted to win. Obviously, the other 7 girls wanted to win. And she also took all of the individual prizes with the exception of 2. And I had spoken to her about one of them in particular because the girls have to vote on that one. And I said to her, you don't have to worry about it. If you think it's another girl there that deserves it, you vote for her. If it ends up in a tie, then you break the tie and give it to the other person. And that's exactly what happened. And I don't mean to sound harsh. The judges are not asked to come there and to vote for you based on pity or based on, oh, well, you're not going to get anything else, so we can give you this. That is not how it works. It might sound harsh, but that's not how it works. The committee has no say in who should win, or let me repeat that. The committee should and I stress should, have no say in who wins. First of all, the committee should know who the judges are. That is left with one person. So the rest of the committee members don't know until the night of the pageant. Okay? So it's not like I could go and influence 2 or 3 judges because I know them, because I wouldn't know who they are until that night. Anyway, so this is a long, long process. And it's like anything, you have to be prepared, not just for the pageant, but for the aftermath of the pageant. And of course, what is the word before? Leading up. The word escapes me, but leading up to the pageant. Because even if you are in everyone's eyes the clear-cut winner, you're going to get some criticism as well. So you have to be prepared for that. I remember one year we had several girls that had entered, and there was this girl, she was young, she didn't place. And her mother came in the back. Her mother was seething and just grabbing her things and knocking us over and stuff to get her out of there. Funny enough, her father came to me and he said, how long can she wait before she comes back? I said, she can come back next day if she wanted. There's no time limit. And he said, you know what? Give me 2 years and I'm bringing you back a winner. And you know what? In 2 years, she re-entered and she won. She was Miss Cayman. But he had a really good attitude about it, you know? And clearly it was something he wanted for his daughter, but he was going to do it the right way. And he maintained his composure. Obviously, he was disappointed, but he didn't, throw any tantrums in the back there and so on. But you see this all the time. And as one of your previous callers said, her emotions are raw. And this was not a good time for her to write anything or to speak about this. I'm sure if she had taken a week or 2 weeks and then choose to say something, it would have been very different. So
maybe. We don't know that for sure, but
well, I don't know. I don't know who she is. I'm just speaking from my experiences with girls, whether they won, whether they were runners up, or whether they just didn't place. I've had a lot of experience with that. Many, many experiences with other things, having to step in and literally fight the committee because of one girl. And again, because of rumors and so on and this and that. And I did all of that. But I just want to say, most of all, if this is something that any young woman is thinking about, first of all, you get that application, you get the bylaws, you read it, you see what, the requirements are, you talk to people, talk to teachers. You go to church, talk to people at your church. If you have a good circle of friends, you talk to them, and you sit down and you watch all of these past pageants. I'm not talking about Miss Cayman, I'm talking about the international ones. And that too will help you and prepare you for it. It requires a lot, of different things. This is just not about a beautiful size 5 body and a stunning face. We have had girls who came with that and they didn't place because clearly the judges saw where they were lacking in the other requirements. So, as I said, I hope no
Thank
one
you so
takes
much.
this as me bashing, but just more to educate themselves on what is required so they don't end up being brokenhearted afterwards.
All right.
Thank you, Sandra.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Well, people saying Miss Brenda is on point here today. Said Brenda is a force to be reckoned with today. Someone else says Anika Conley was a plus size winner, but she did try losing weight and worked hard to keep it off. But her attitude helped her to get places, not a sour face like this young lady. So there are some people who are obviously questioning the attitude. This person says Miss Universe Jamaica, that was her second attempt before she won. Yes, Dr. Gabrielle Henry entered the Miss Universe Jamaica pageant a second time. This time she came out victorious. On Saturday night, Henry was crowned Miss Universe Jamaica 2025, but outgoing Queen Rachel Silvera inside a jam-packed standing room only ballroom at the AC Hotel in St. Andrew. And then they went on to say that that young lady doesn't listen for comprehension. So there is a difference between listening because you got ears and listening for comprehension. Just a few more comments and then we're going to wrap up the show here today. Let me see here now. This person had the following to say. They said her view of how pageants are run and the political undertones of pageantry is critically flawed. Sandy, trailblazing does not happen in the manner she expects, and it certainly won't happen with her with this approach. Okay. Oh, somebody said TD. Came on, Jens. TD. Oops, hold on. Okay. Says they could hold a convo with a 5-year-old kid, some of us. Yes, you was growing up, Sandy TD. We was looking for you to fire off on her, however, growing up. Oh, my goodness. Yes, listen, I'm not firing off on her because I don't think it's going to make a difference. And I also think that, you know, she's struggling, like I said, with something else. And so I saw a comment here. Let me read a few of these comments. Carrie Rose, thank you for this one, says the brain is like any other organ in the body. And like we take medications for blood pressure and medication for diabetes, therapies for the brain. I couldn't agree with you more. Therapy is so necessary for everyone. We all need someone to speak to who's not family or friends, who has an unbiased and no connection to you to help you work through the traumas that have happened to you, most unfortunately, from those closest to us, such as parents, siblings, and other family members. Cairo's powerful statement, indeed. Ms. Debbie said, truth be told, I was at the pageant. In my opinion, from what I observed, Tiana carried herself well, and I truly thought that she would have been the second runner-up. However, having said that, that is from my observance of the actual pageant itself. But we never know what happens throughout all the events with the girls, where the judges are, and observing outside of the actual pageant evening. Definitely, she was not the winner. Definitely, she was not the winner at what occurred at the Westin on Saturday night. And that is, unfortunately, that got cut off. Magdalene says the judges have the last say. They don't understand pageantry. Wow, I think they need to brief these girls that you may not place. They could never go to the international pageant. She is not mature. Cindy, when I mentioned taking away her cookies, she said, not the cookies. She says, I'm sorry, I take it back. Sandy, you know I just playing. Ooh, when I tell you those cookies are addictive. Don't make me report your live. Threats don't work well, girl. She's like, please, let me have those chocolate chip cookies, girl. When you're stressed out, that's what you need. A tub of those chocolate chip cookies and some nice cold milk. Lord have mercy. Cayman Brat, the Best Island, says these pageants are staged, and if your papa got money, you certainly get the crown. And I think that's an unfortunate thing, Carrie, to say, because here's a picture of her and her dad. And I can tell you that, you know, this young lady has worked very, very hard. I don't know. Well, John not got no money, first of all. He got too many children to have money. Let's be honest. He'd be trying to struggle to support them children. But, you know, I think Tahiti's has had a wonderful support system. You know, of course, the father's there for the glory. And I guess, why not? Whatever. To support his daughter. But I am very much aware that she really wanted to do this on her own and that she made a lot of sacrifices to make it happen. So I think that it is most unfortunate. And this is the worst part about all of this, is that in the mix of all of this, it takes away from the winner. It takes away from all of the amazing work that this young lady has put into this. And I do think that that's really sad. It's very, very unfortunate. So I don't know about the photo editing stuff. I mean, I haven't seen these young ladies in a minute in person. So I don't know how much photo editing has been happening. I personally do not think that they should be editing photos at all. Photo editing should not occur. And so that's the one thing of all the things that this young lady said that I'm very, very concerned about. But she talks about, how beautiful her smile was. Well, honey child, the night of the pageant, we missed your smile. You had your lips pressed in other photos. And so, I don't know, the smile wasn't showing up then. And I have to wonder if maybe your emotions and your feelings were impacting your smile throughout other events that the judges were aware of as well. Good morning, caller. Welcome to the program.
Well, good morning. It's Monday. And if I didn't call on a Monday, I wouldn't be my normal self. How you doing? Anyway,
I'm right here, honey chill.
That's great. Good. How your knee? Your knee doing better?
No, listen, I might have to do surgery on my knee. I'm scheduling it for Thursday. We have to do a keyhole procedure, I think. It's kind of rough. Yeah.
Okay. Well, God bless you, and I hope you heal well.
Thank you.
And you get relief.
Yes, that's the most important thing. Because I gotta get back on that pickleball court.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, you need the energy to pound the shit out of people. Anyways. What I'm saying, this young lady, I don't have nothing against any of these entrants that went into the Miss Universe. I have nothing against them. Mm-hmm. But if the pageantry rules have been improved from years ago, I remember when there had to be a stick in order to get entered. I see where you're allowed to be entered. You can, as a plus size person, entrant, you can enter, right? Mm-hmm. So they already have these rules now as a general rule for entering the pageantry. But are their judges being fair when they're actually judging these entrants? And
so let me ask you a question.
In the case of a size, I'm thinking of.
Yeah. Let me ask you a question, Carrie. Do you think the most appropriate thing to do is to not allow you eliminate all of this if you just don't allow plus size people to enter the pageant? Do you think that's the right thing to do?
No.
So you say
anything to do with the size, beauty. If it's based on beauty and size, then
it's a beauty pageant.
Your requirements.
It's a beauty pageant. So you can find one out of 100 and something people at Miss Universe who might be a little bit bigger. But that's not the majority. And so this is where you get into like what is realistic, right? So I don't know.
I mean, when I saw the snippet, I was a bit concerned. I saw that she wasn't happy about being given the third runner-up, but at least she got placed. It was only 4 contestants, so really and truly, that also speaks volumes as well as that, why are there not enough of these contestants entering this pageant? What's the problem? Why is it only 4? I'm pretty sure we got a lot of young women and a lot of beautiful women that can enter that pageant as well. And I'm thinking women are becoming more smarter and wiser to the situation of these pagements, and that's why they're not bothering to enter them.
Child, all I know is my daughter better not come to me about no pageant, because she not going
exactly.
Thank you, Carrie. We got one more caller.
Reference.
Yes.
Oh, you finished with me? Okay. Yeah. Bye.
We got another caller, and then some of us got to get ready for 12 o'clock. Good morning, caller.
Good morning. This is Shiv. How are you?
Hey, what's going on?
I'm good. I've been tuned in quite a bit.
Yes.
And I don't know. I may have missed Miss Brenda getting a kaboom, but Miss Brenda need like 10 kaboom.
Oh yes, girl. Hold on. Let's give it to her. There you go, Miss Brenda.
She's dead. She's dead.
She hit the nail on the head.
Correct. She's dead spot on. And not only do we fail to prepare for it, right now it's pageantry, right? But I find that as a country, we have not only tolerated, we've supported and accepted So much mediocrity. We've always tried to kind of reinvent the wheel. From the dawn of ages that beauty pageants have been around, they've been called beauty pageants. I am not suggesting that Tiona is by any means not beautiful. She's a beautiful young lady, but by all international standards, many of those young ladies that went in, and I'm going to say it, would not fit the criteria. Many of those young ladies, by international standards, would not fit the criteria. And I'm not here suggesting that any of them are ugly or shouldn't have been in there. They went in, they got an experience. This plus size, no, I'm a fellow big back, trying to unbig my back. I'm not looking to go into any beauty pageant, but like my CMR boyfriend said, whatever you don't like about yourself, either embrace it or change it. Whatever you're not changing, you're choosing. But you can't, you can't go into a sprint and expect it to be a long distance race. But that's just not how it works, But to Ms. Brenda's credit, we don't spend enough time preparing. I keep telling people, like, maybe if I was Venezuelan or Colombian, I would be Miss Universe. But from the age of about 10 years old, particularly
they start them young.
Latin American countries, I keep telling them they build Miss Universe girls, okay? They start getting their bodies ready, and if they have things that cannot work, they just tuck them to the side. Maybe they'll be a stage hand. Maybe they'll do local pageants. But these girls are handpicked from, first of all, Cayman will bring nothing to the international stage to compete with. We don't have money. We don't have size. We really don't.
Most of our girls don't even have the height of what they're really looking for.
Well, this is it. And I mean, I just want to tell you,
they are looking at height. I mean, I don't, like I said, some of y'all delusional.
But they are.
Of course they are.
But they are. But like Messi and my boyfriend said, who wants to go into this Miss Universe pageant anyway? You don't even got to be a woman. What foolishness. What foolishness. And I mean, this is not derogatory to any person, transgender person, but I'm just saying, like, we have changed the standards of just normalcy so much. Boy Scouts can no longer just be boys. Girl Scouts can no longer just be girls.
There is an element, but let's go back to this element of delusion that does exist, and how we teach children on the playground from such an early age that everybody gets a ribbon for participation and just for showing up. And that isn't the real world. I know.
See, I am not a participatory parent.
Nope.
And I tell my children, if you want to compete, you have to be the best.
Yeah, do your best. Exactly.
Okay? You have to give your best. And my daughter plays rugby. She's a phenomenal rugby player. She's been on the international stage. She's been on the local stage. But I let her know, your fitness needs to improve. How are you going to compete with world rugby players in Australia who live, breathe, eat, and sleep rugby?
All right, we got another caller. Yes, there's a lot to be.
Again, we need to kind of hash out this delusion that we kind of sucking our children into. And remember that Cayman is no longer competing with Cayman and Cayman.
That's right. Listen, they're competing with people in Cayman Brock. They competing with Cayman Brockers.
It used to be a district thing. And if you had somebody from Cayman Brock join it was international. But no, we compete with the rest of the world. The rest of the world, but
that's right.
There, but Thomas Brenda, kaboom, kaboom, kaboom.
Yes, sir. All right, we got another caller. Good morning, caller. Welcome to the program.
Siobhan's still on the line?
No, she just hung up.
Hello, I need her to rephrase that comment that Cayman doesn't have the product or what it takes to run international. Have you seen, is her name Reagan Rocky? Yo, that girl is a natural, beautiful girl. What you mean? Cayman don't have the qualities to run.
But I think what she's saying is, these countries take pageantry to a whole other level, and they start out from like preteens getting their girls ready.
Her words were, Cayman does not have.
I mean, that's her opinion.
That is not true. Reagan Rocky is a natural, beautiful girl. All those girls that compete.
But girl, have you seen? But once again, have you seen what they're competing against? I'm just saying, we ain't got nothing special.
They're competing against botched dolls, but Kim and
But it don't make no difference. They're not botched. They look at the one that's on the screen right now, Cindy. Look at her. Look at this woman.
No, that Jamaica one is naturally
No.
beautiful.
I'm not talking about her. I'm not talking about her. Look
Comment.
at this woman that you see. See if you can look at your phone and look at this.
Even to that Tatiana girl, Seymour girl, she is beautiful.
You mean Tahiti? Her name is Tahiti. Try and hush. Get off my phone.
Big up John.
Try and hush your damn mouth. Woo! John contributed very little to that. Let's be honest now. She didn't get the sprinkle of the moon jeans. Big shout out to Mama Melanie. Melanie is beautiful. Have you guys seen this girl's mother? I mean, not for nothing, but she is working extra hard to make sure them children come out looking decent, and they're beautiful. Anyway, Johan, you want some brownies or what are you calling me for? What pint?
I just want to understand this, right? First of all, congratulations to the winner.
Yes, absolutely.
Don't know her at all, but
yes,
best of luck in the competition.
And her mother has done a wonderful job. I think the other daughter just graduated from high school. They're all very, very pretty. And it goes to show you that you can have a Beauty and the Beast. And once the children take after the beauty, you get
leave that alone. Just because you don't like the man, let the man enjoy.
I mean, he's not cute. I'm just saying. But go on. All right, let me stop.
I'm cute.
Then a pint. You're not cute either.
Exactly. So leave that alone. Let them
you're trying to go into a male pageant with your fluffy self eating brownies.
I'm just trying to figure out what the criteria is because, I don't understand any of that. What I was going to say, okay, I play football and that's the only sport that I know in squash and stuff like that, right?
You play squash too? I never seen you in no squash court.
I broke my knee several times, so I tried to.
Oh shit! Okay.
Blowing it up more, but I was gonna say this, and it's for all of the experts out there. I don't know the lady that called in. She was a contestant. That call didn't go well, in my opinion, and her friends should probably have stopped her from doing so. But those people that enter these competitions show more courage, more bravery, more
delusional.
More
I mean, there is a certain amount of you just got to be prepared to ignore it all. And that's the thing. You don't enter a competition like that if you're not. You know what I'm saying?
What I was going to say was, instead of us all jumping on the bandwagon of this one too fat and this one too this and this one is too that, they did something you didn't do. They stepped up and they put themselves forward to enter this race.
Actually, I need to find my picture with my my pageant sash, Miss K-Man, when I was at USF. You know what? I didn't do something. Mess with you. You don't know what I've done. Honey, chill. Take that. But anyway, there's something to be said for participating. There you go.
Sandra, the point that I'm making is these ladies put themselves forward. None of them thought that they were going to be dealing with this level of rancor or abuse or whatever. And so,
unless you contribute to it yourself, I'm just saying.
No. Don't get me wrong, but that's her prerogative. And whatever it was, I think where the line went too far was, have you ever gone to therapy?
Why? Why is that an issue?
Because that's none of your goddamn business. That's the first thing.
No, but I'm suggesting that everybody needs therapy. And so asking the question it's not like I'm trying to get her business. She said no, but I was like, try it. Everybody needs a good therapist.
Okay. If that's the angle you're going to take, that's fine. But asking anybody about their medical records
it wasn't about no medical records. I'm just saying everybody needs a good therapist. Have you gone to therapy, Johan?
That's none of your goddamn business, Sandra Hill.
Well, you need it too. We all need it. We have to normalize going to therapy. There's nothing wrong with it.
You asked me that privately, Sandra. You don't ask me that on air. That's the point.
Not a pint?
Yeah, that's a point. That's a point.
No, sir.
We all listen. I'm on vacation. I'm listening to you.
What do you think, Doctor? What do you think, Dr. Carlos Garcia is here every Wednesday? Because some of y'all need therapy. We all need Dr. therapy.
Carlos, fine. That's fine. But that lady was already hurt, wounded, struggling. She was dealing with some stuff. Did you really have to kick her in the head by asking her if she went to therapy?
Y'all too soft. Y'all are way too
but-
soft.
no, but
Somebody
you
actually
wouldn't
said
want
it. Somebody said came on soft like porridge, like runny
You wouldn't
porridge
want
too.
nobody-
Y'all too
you
soft.
You wouldn't want anybody to ask that of
Ask
Gigi.
me.
I
Yes,
wouldn't
no.
want that.
Ask if Gigi's an adult and she is. Yes. Ask her if she's been to therapy because she might need it too. Everybody needs it. There's nothing wrong with
I'm gonna go
therapy.
out on a limb, and I'm gonna say I can contribute to half of that bill because I know. Okay, genetically.
Oh God, there is
So, there
nothing
you go.
wrong. Let's normalize going to therapy and hashtag I've been to therapy. Hashtag go to therapy. Hashtag let's all get up and go to therapy and eat some brownies and cookies in front of therapists. Damn it.
Okay, if we're doing that, I'm in.
Just throwing the brownies and you're there.
But I'm just gonna say to the ladies that entered the competition, well done to all of you. To the winner, fantastic job. Whether you place in the finals, well, I don't even know how it works. You're already a winner. But I think
Here we go with this soft shit again. Everybody's a winner just for showing up.
No, there's only 4 people, and everybody else.
Kara Rose says hashtag in therapy weekly. There's a stigma around therapy. Let's remove the stigma.
Everybody that is complaining about what transpired, none of them put themselves forward. So unless you are
listen, now we can all do it because you can have children. You can be age requirement gone. I think I'm still under the age requirement of being 85, right? So shit, I might do it next year just to make sure they got enough people. They need at least 6 people. So here comes Auntie. I got put on my auntie, my wig, Aunt Lottie wig, and I can enter the pageant as Aunt Lottie.
No, let's enter our own. Let's do our own pageant. Call it Miss Cayman Round and Brown. That's all it is. That way you're a winner. I'm a winner.
Oh my God!
There you go. You know what I mean?
You are so ridiculous.
That lady was brave by entering. She was even braver for calling in. But she could definitely need some help from her friends now after this. So
well, she says she just wants people to leave her alone, which I don't think you put yourself out there and expect people to leave you alone. There's a contradictory, loopy thinking even about that. So I don't know. But anyway, Johan, this is the real world that we live in. And I do think a lot of our people need a bit of a reality check because as the last caller said, Siobhan, to Siobhan's credit, our people are competing at all levels and we're expecting special treatment, whether it's finance, whether it's sports or whatever. And the real world is like, okay, lock down your immigration systems. Yeah, go ahead. 20 years, which I agree with, because too many fake marriages around here. All that kind of BS is going on. That's fine. But be real about it. In the real world, them bitches get set up remote working in China, in Thailand, wherever, and do the same work that we're doing here in Cayman for a fraction of the price. They're going to be better at it, more intelligent, blah, blah, blah. And what are we going to be able to do about it? Not a damn thing. Nothing. So we have to recognize that there's a degree of leveling up that is now required by our people. So I'm not here to really hold people's hand and everybody saying, boy, Sandy, you went easy on her today. I'm giving her grace because although I wasn't,
that was grace.
Yes, that was what grace looks like, boy.
I don't want to see when you really get on your soapbox.
At age 25, I was trying to think, you're still trying to figure your way out of things and whatever. I was in a different situation because living in the States, you sink or swim. This is the real world. You can die, Bobo, or you figure that shit out. So, not for nothing. But when I was there trying to figure out where my next meal is coming from, hustling through university, and I got a mama in the background saying shit in the phone, there was nobody there. So hard times can mold you.
If Gigi gets older and she called into the radio or something, you'll be right near the background. So stop.
Say that again. If she gets older and she calls into the radio.
Yeah, and
she got FAF out. FAFO.
You would defend her as well, because that's what parents do, Sandra. Every parent defends their child, and she is the most important thing in your world, and you will defend it. That's how this thing works.
Listen, if there's an Aunt Sandy when she's an adult, I can tell her, don't call into that woman's show, because you got to fuck around and find out. And not even Friday, it's Monday. That's the reality. That's the real talk that she gonna get. I'm like, don't do it. I would warn you to stay off the woman show. And, and still she got a lot of grease. Here, Cindy, tell me if that was grease. You want them cookies, you woman? You better go sit in the corner. I may be making a trip to Miami soon just for cookies.
Today. Let me hang up the phone before my brownies get taken away from me.
Goodbye, Johan.
I tried to make some sense. Take care.
All right. We had another caller calling. That'll be the last call of the day. Call back, honey chow. Damien says, imagine getting paid Cayman salary and living in a country where you can live off of $400 a month. Well, this is the real world, Bobo, that we're living in. Yes. But they're still paying far less for them. Good morning, caller.
Good morning, Sandra. I know you've gone in overtime this morning.
My dear.
I can tell you that.
Sure.
I am late to class, so you'll have to deal with me tomorrow morning, but I could be early tomorrow. But I have just called. I'm going to go back and listen to the show while I'm having a late decaf coffee. But I just called to let you know. I don't know if you know. Yes, the other day, Friday, I did a Google search because I saw something about a famous singer come up. And I went to my YouTube because it came up on my YouTube feed, and I went and I said, "Oh, it's her birthday
Hold on one
today?"
second. I'm going to just put this other call on hold.
Okay.
Caller, just hold on 1 second. You're going to be up after this caller, okay?
And I said, "Oh, it's her birthday today?" So then I Googled it, and of course, Google comes up and says, gives me the information. Do you know that your little princess Gigi, I'm going to give you one wild guess this morning. Who you think she keeps birthdays with?
Whitney
It's
Houston.
the world famous. Yes. Oh my God. I was
I knew
shocked
it.
to
Yes.
learn.
Oh,
I
yes.
said, oh my God, she's born on Whitney's birthday. Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
That's just beautiful. I think it's beautiful.
Thank you.
I
Yes.
love Whitney Houston. I hope she had a good birthday. You have
She
a good day,
did.
Sandra,
Thank you
and
so
thank
much.
you for all you do again.
Thank
have a
you.
good day,
I
my
appreciate
dear.
it. You too.
Okay. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Good morning, caller.
Good morning. I am calling to contest CC's comment earlier.
To contest what? Sorry?
Reagan. CC's comment earlier about Reagan Reddy.
Okay.
Reagan is a pretty white girl. Yes, she is.
Okay.
She's a pretty white girl.
Yep.
But she's just a pretty white girl. When it comes on to physical look and appearances, CC, Cindy, is way more gorgeous than Reagan is. Way, way, way more gorgeous.
But I know one thing. Cindy can put
that's my
on the
2 cents
beat
for today.
face. Oh my God. Nobody can touch Cindy. Thank you, caller. Nobody can touch Cindy when it comes to makeup. Let me tell you. Cindy be bringing it. Anywho, child, take that, Cindy. You need to go in next year's pageant then, because she said you prettier than you're prettier than Reagan. Is it Reagan or Regan? How does she pronounce it? Regan. Anyway, honey child. I want to know more about the photoshopping though, because y'all should not be photoshopping pictures. That's why y'all can't place, because when you show up at that international pageant, it'd be like, shit, I thought these Caymanians look better than this. Lord Jesus, who's this calling me on the next phone? Hello, caller? Are you trying to get on the show? 936-2626. You're welcome. Hold on now. I got 2 callers calling. Oh, Lord, today's going to be a busy day. Hold on. Just a second. All right, so we have 2 callers on the line. First up, we have the one ending in 7036. You go ahead first.
Hi, good morning, Sandra. How are you?
Morning. Give me 1 quick second. I'm going to just add another caller, I think. Hold on. Oh, Lord. So we got 3 callers on the line. So go ahead to the first caller.
Hi, Sandra. How are you?
Yeah, morning. Not bad. How are you?
I'm fine, thanks.
Good.
I just wanted to keep it short and sweet.
Okay.
As a pageant participant,
Yes.
I can somewhat understand where Fiona is coming from when
Okay.
it comes to the expectations surrounding the pageant experience. But the reality is that sometimes what's presented on the surface isn't actually what you get behind the scenes.
Right.
And that's just the reality of it. It's unfortunate that her emotions have now, kind of shifted the initial conversation that I
Right.
believe she was trying to place at the forefront.
Yeah.
But I will say this, that when it comes to physical presentation in pageantry, there's often, unfortunately, an unspoken rule or I want to say an expectation of physical health as physical presentation. That I get what she's trying to say. You know, she wants to break the stigma. You know, she wants there to be more opportunities for bigger figured women or bigger figured people in society, and that is okay. There's absolutely nothing wrong with that. Everyone has been, you know, trying to push that narrative to break the stigma, but in the pageant world, unfortunately, that's just the reality of it.
Yeah,
that's not something that she's going to be able to change overnight. That's not something that we're going to be able to change overnight. And like, you know, the previous callers have said, you know, it's not only about what's happening in Cayman, it's for a world stage.
Absolutely.
So it's something that she's going to have to navigate through, and she can work on she can still work on, you know, trying to change that narrative without, you know, pushing people down or making it seem like, you know, it was an attack at her when I genuinely, I don't want to, you know, discredit her experience.
Yes.
But you know, it is what it is, unfortunately.
Yeah.
But I just hope that from the experience, other than that she can take away the other values that come with pageantry. You know, it's about your self-growth. It's about giving back to the community. It's about all of these other things. She shouldn't just, or in my opinion, I feel like she shouldn't just allow this one main thing or her insecurities that tied into her experience to you know, make it a negative experience when it could actually be, you know, a positive experience from the other stuff that she gained from the experience.
Very true. Yeah, very true.
Yeah. So
thank you so much for that. That's some very good points.
Yeah, and I'll just give her an example. When I was in the pageant myself, there was another young lady, very small figure, much smaller than me. She was a previous Miss Teen contestant. She had a beautiful smile. She did, to me, while I was in the pageant, behind the scenes, every time we would come off stage, I would say to myself, oh my gosh, she's got it in the bag. Or, oh my gosh, she did that so good. Or, oh my gosh, she's so slim. She's going to get this or whatever. She did not win a single thing that night. She did not win a single thing.
Yeah.
Not one award.
And I guess that's the realities too of the world of pageantry, right? You just never know.
Yeah.
The judges,
you just never know.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I just hope from the full experience, from all of the commentary, you know, that we can continue. It's not about putting her down. I just hope we can continue to uplift her. And I hope that from, you know, this, that she can just shift the light into something positive. And I hope that we can just continue to give her some grace. Do I think she went about it the right way? No. But again, you know, she has her emotions. And let's just, as a community, continue to uplift her, and you know, that's all I can really say. I don't want her to think that it was anything to target her, because I definitely don't think it was. It's just that there's a reality of pageantry.
Yep.
And
the reality is not always pretty.
It's not always pretty. Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that.
Morning.
You too.
God bless
Thank
everyone.
you. All righty. So up next we have 1979. Good morning, caller.
Good morning, it's me again.
Oh, Lord have mercy. Make it quick because we got another caller waiting.
I'm going to make it quick. I want to clarify for Cindy what I meant.
Yes.
Clearly, if she had watched or even attended, I've had the privilege of attending an international beauty pageant, and I'm not even talking something on the level of a Miss Universe or Miss World, just regular international everyday pageantry. Cayman has nothing on it. That's the perspective that I'm speaking from. I am not speaking about the ladies in general. I think we have some of the most beautiful women in the world. Again, I will say the caller who called, I think 2 callers before me, who said that she wanted to contest what Cindy said. Reagan's a beautiful young lady, but she's just another beautiful white young lady. That's just it. That's just it. Does she have the shape of a Miss Venezuela, Miss Colombia?
Oh no, probably because she's also not willing to take out. Yeah, and she's also not willing to take out ribs to get it.
Does she have but this is what I'm saying. So it comes down to what the international beauty standards are, what the international expectations are, and to go a step further, like the previous caller said, in terms of she understands Tiona's goal in trying to break the stigma. Nothing's wrong with that. But just so she also knows, there are pageants out there for fuller figure women, plus size women, are probably, plus probably transgender plus size women. So what I'm saying is, why keep sticking square pegs in round holes? You have to look at what is on the international stage. Again, I keep saying we try to compete on an international level when we can't even get it right nationally. Have they seen an international? Have they seen Miss Colombia in Colombia? Have they seen that pageant? Go pull it up. Have they seen a Miss Venezuela? Just think about where the majority of the winners come from, where the majority of the top 10 come from. And just look at, I think one time we had the pleasure of having a Miss Jamaica win Miss World. I could be wrong or place very high. But go speak to that young lady.
Yeah, I think she was in the top 3 maybe, but yeah.
Go speak to her and see how many years, how much training, how much, I mean, Miss Brenda said it, the father said, give me 2 years and I'm going to bring my daughter back. It took 2 years to win a local pageant. A local pageant. She didn't even speak to how well the young lady may or may not have done internationally. But I think Miss Teresa Pitcairn, Lewis Pitcairn, forgive me if I said that wrong. I think she's by far one of the
let me Soka could come after me if I don't pronounce the name right.
My bad.
But I think she still remains. She still remains the Caymanian who has what do you call it now, placed the highest on any international pageant. So, and that was probably what 30 years ago. I mean, or more.
And the standards have evolved since that time. Has anybody had a conversation with her as one of the farthest or highest placing contestants from the Cayman Islands? Has anybody called her in and said, hey, what did you do? What has changed since then? What are your recommendations? Those types of things.
And listen, she was also a Black woman at a time when it was difficult for Black women to pass. And because they don't meet the box version of beauty.
Correct.
That's right.
And this is what I'm saying, but people also underestimate the value of an attitude. I do not know Tahiti Seymour, and I apologize. I may have to congratulate her in my previous message. And I think she did phenomenal. From the beginning that I saw her, she was poised. She not suggesting that any of the girls did any less. She was front and center to me from the beginning. I had the pleasure of being friends with her mother. I know her dad. The young lady is overall well-rounded. You said earlier that on a decision of her own, she asked her father to please not attend so that it is not even the perception that she has an unfair advantage. Those are the types of things that you would imagine, would kind of be at the forefront, at the forethought that she wouldn't, and I want to let you know she did, like my husband said, Freudian slip, but she did suggest, I don't have a father politically connected. She did say that.
She did. That wasn't me. I wasn't twisting nobody's words.
And I thought that was a dig at Tahiti. And like you said, who knows how much work she has done, not taking away from any of the work that Tiona may have done, or any of the other pageant girls. I'm sure they will all say, I started here and I ended there.
Yeah. Listen, she said she lost 20 pounds going into the pageant, and that's why I said to her, well, apparently so did Tahiti. So that certainly does make me think, though, if these girls are thinking long term, to Miss Brenda's point, maybe they need to be planning well in advance. Like, you want to do the pageant next year, start exercising from now so you can lose not just the 20 pounds, but maybe more or whatever.
I watched a documentary about how they prepare pageant girls in Thailand.
Oh, God.
They use Thailand, they use Colombia, they use Venezuela, and one other country. As early as 10 years old, in Colombia, girls going to
walking with book on their head, how to walk.
Pageant training camp.
They're stressed
going
out.
to pageant training camp.
Yeah.
So what I'm saying is, if their end goal is to win Miss Colombia, they have to go that road.
Yeah.
That for them, that is a goal. For them, that is a ticket to quote unquote maybe a better life outside of that country.
Yeah,
it's a ticket to getting them on the international stage, maybe
absolutely.
As an actress star. So
leave me
I just want to clarify
there. Yeah,
we don't have the geopolitical location, we don't have the money, we just not competing. We just not competing. So
all right. Thank you, honey child.
What?
What a mess. Caller, sorry, you're next. My apologies for the wait. Hello, caller.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I had experience in pageant because I'm a former queen. I gave up my crown last.
You gave up your crown?
Last.
Okay. When you say you gave it up, that means somebody else won the pageant after you, or you decided to give it. Oh, okay.
So,
What do you make of all this?
Tiani, I'm not the same. I don't want to say like that, but like I'm also chubby, but not chubby at the same time. And she might have think like why she never get anything, but at the same time, it's not about right. But also on stage, she wasn't like smiling and things. She had like her Cayman face. That's one thing. I know, like no, that's one thing. People are saying she never had a pleasant face on
that night.
That night, and I think that's reasons like. Like, because she gonna say, "Oh, well, she not getting that," and
yeah,
but she did good. She did pretty.
Yeah. Yep. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Really appreciate it. Thank you. All right. And you know, again, there's more to the world than beauty pageants, folks. That night. Good morning, caller. Turn down your background radio for me. Hello.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi.
You got to turn down the background radio though, because I'm hearing feedback.
Oh, I was trying to call on air, Miss Sandra.
Yeah, you're on air, honey child, but we all hear the background radio.
Oh, sorry. I just wanted to give my innocent 2 cents on pageantry, right?
Yes.
And I have a daughter who's been in pageantry for 9 years, right, Miss Sandra? Right there in the Cayman Islands. And I entered my baby when my baby was 5 months old.
Oh, God.
5 months
Yeah.
old. I just want to be fair. I am 100% with what Miss Brenda said. But I also want the young ladies. It is not reaching out to anybody else but the young ladies. When I did that pageant with my baby and she was 5 months, Miss Sandra, do you know my daughter competed against, I don't want to be biased and I don't want to be racial, but the next baby was also Spanish. Beautiful. Beautiful hair, beautiful eyes, all these type of stuff. When I went in, I was timid because already I started to judge that baby is already beautiful than mine. You see what I'm saying? As the parent. Now, in that pageant, I had to represent my baby at 5 months. Imagine that. So now it wasn't just my baby. It was me as a mom. You see what I'm saying? And guess what? She walked away that night as the winner. Was I prepared for her to win? No, mom. I already had my own delusional thoughts that, you know, my baby dark complexion, she not got a prettiest hair, she not got a prettiest. But when you go in with the attitude towards these pageantry things, you go and get results that you like and results you don't like. Okay, stick a pin. She took the 2024 queen title in the pageant that she was in. And we got the opportunity to travel to Texas. That's our first time for the 9 years she's in pageantry that we got to travel to Texas. When we travel to Texas, what we do here in Cayman for our girls are natural. Everything natural for our girls. We don't force them, especially with their age limit, because she was young. I noticed that the pageantry that she was involved with kept her natural. When we went to Texas, what I saw, Miss Sandra, I had to humble myself. Of course, I was disgruntled because I wish I had learned a lot more and stuff like that. But I had to humble myself. The extent that these parents go.
It's too much, girl. I'm not doing it.
That they go with, Come on, Miss Sandra. Like, I don't dream of putting makeup on my 8-year-old.
No,
and putting,
child. I'm not doing it. That's what happened to little John Bonet. They were making that little child look too much like a big woman.
Right. So, I mean,
it is too much.
I just want the young girls to know that, listen, it is for some and not all.
Child.
And again, like all the other callers said, there are plus size pageantries that I think young ladies should put themselves into.
I mean, if you're plus size, that's the one for you.
Yes, because the other pageantries are not.
And here's the other thing too, right? When the young lady was talking about, okay, like breaking the mold, like, oh, you know, one time they were like, okay, Black people couldn't go certain places. That's different. That is social injustice. Breaking the mold for me over a beauty pageant, I'm less invested in that. Like, I don't really give two shits about that, to be honest, right? If they could do away with pageantry altogether, I would be the very first one in the front of the class saying, yes, let's do that. We can find other ways to improve our self-worth and self-esteem of our young people. True. Somebody even just sent me a comment about the winner, making comments about her. Everybody's fair game when you're being judged on your looks. And that's the whole concept of a pageant. That's why I'm not about pageants. I don't give a shit about that. That doesn't make you a good person. Being a pageant winner doesn't necessarily mean you're intelligent. It does not even necessarily mean that you're beautiful.
The young lady that won, the Seymour young lady, is beautiful.
Yes.
She's very beautiful. I love to see when our African American girls take the stage, the way she took the stage, and beyond beauties and all these type of stuff. I have to say to you, Miss Sandra, if the children, parents, listen, if the child has any, and I'm not calling anybody delusional, I'm not doing anything like that. If the child starts to develop delusional behaviors, patterns, attitude, voices, step in as a parent. Get the child under control. Because like I told my daughter, you can't win everything. And we are not people that go to the full extent for pageantry. Listen to me, if it wasn't for the director of the pageant, and hats off to her, wonderful young lady. She groomed us. She gave us as much information as we needed. And when I got over there, I was disgruntled, but I had to remind myself, I am not putting in the amount of money, the amount of effort, the amount of grooming that the other parents are putting in these children. Listen to me, people get up, breathing, sleeping, pageantry in their children, So that's why they get the results they're getting. I wasn't doing that, Miss Sandra. So
no,
my baby
ridiculous.
walked away. My baby was the queen in Cayman and walked away in Texas 10th place or whatever. And she was excited. She had nothing but smiles on her face on that stage, everything. Because at the end of the day, like I say to her, listen to me. This is not all about winning. You can't win them all. And we are not fully prepared in this pageantry for the international stage. This is our first experience at it. Let's take it for what it is. But the attitude, whether you win, you lose, represents you, your character, and your position in this pageantry world. And that's what we need to focus on. My daughter didn't win. She didn't take away no big crown. But I loved her attitude on that stage. I, as a parent, was excited because she didn't have a sad face. She didn't cry. She didn't do anything of that. She took it for what it is. And that's because for the 9 years, as small as she was up until now, she has been groomed to say, we cannot win everything. Look into it. We don't put all the effort in that we should and stuff like that. But it shouldn't disencourage them. And then I have another question, though, Miss Sandra, to be honest, on a real level. Why they making the little plus size children enter into these pageants, giving them hope when they know it's
none? Child, I can put up the poll question. That has to be our poll question for today, for sure.
Yeah, man, they gotta be just straight up, Miss Sandra. Tell them.
Yeah.
Just tell them straight up instead of making them go and spend up their money, do up their beauty, do all that they do to just end up in
the Lord, looking at a picture here, Miss Saudi Arabia. Wow. Look at her.
Just be straight with the babies, because like I tell my daughter, I said, listen, You got track and field going for you, and you also
Yes.
got other stuff going for you. Let's stick to that.
Exactly.
Pageantry not for mommy. Mommy not got that kind of
Yeah.
pageantry spirit, and you know what I'm saying? To put the work in to get the result we going to want.
That's
we
right.
just gotta be honest and be real to our young girls. But I love the pageantry, Miss Sandra, because I got 3 boys. And she was the only daughter. This young lady over here don't know nothing about grooming no young girl.
Yeah.
I'm a tomboy as hell. So I made sure I put her in there. I got the etiquette that I wanted. I got the respectable ways that she needed. She learned how to present herself. All of these things she got from the pageant. And I appreciate Pageant for that. And you can't roll up on her and talk to her in any manner, especially boys. They can't deal with her, which that she is expressive. She'll explain herself because she learned these things from that. That's how I feel about it. But that's just my 2 cents on it. Not here to bash it. Congrats to Miss Seymour.
Yes,
wonderful
absolutely.
job done. And I hope she go and do her best overseas, whether Cayman can play big or not. She just go out there, do her darn best, and that's all we rooting for.
Absolutely. Thank you so
Miss
much,
Annie.
my darling. Appreciate it.
You're welcome.
All right, folks. So to all the beauty queens out there, good luck with things. Cameron said, is there a correlation between pageantry and mental health? Apparently there's a correlation with everything with mental health these days, child. It's a struggle out in these streets. Social media and self-righteous individuals have a lot to answer for. Well, it's not about the self-righteous. They were always there. Now they just have easier access to when you decide to put yourself out there. And you know, it happens. Now look at this beauty queen. I want to show y'all something. Look at this. Y'all think she's beautiful? In the comment section, just say yes or no. Tell me what you think about this one, if she fits your definition of beauty. Can't hear you on Facebook. Since when? I haven't done anything different. Refresh maybe. We see some here. Look at this one. She's gorge, Miss Bahrain. I personally like dark-haired. I'm not into the blonde, blue-eyed beauties. I love a woman with nice black, luscious hair. She said, take that filter off first. Look at Miss Saudi Arabia. She's pretty. I love their crown. Looks nice. That looks like that could be the real jewel. Look at these gorgeous women. Paraguay, Thailand, USA, Mexico. Boy, Mexico come out in that red, fiery red. She's wearing those shoes that's like, it's part of the outfit. Turks and Caicos made this shot. Miss India. So there they are. Here is Miss, which country is she from? This is a young lady with the, what do they call this skin disorder? Vertigo or something? But y'all might be, Paul the man says all those photos are airbrushed and filtered. Well, this one is actually a man. You women out there in pageants now competing with the men as well. And some of these men, they're bringing it next level. I mean, who would have thought that was even a man? Take that. What a hot mess. Anywho, as for me and mine, like I said, don't make her walk up to me talking about no pageantry. I'm sorry, but they're not gonna work. You want to be in the spelling bee? Girl, we can talk. You better know how to spell. You better pick up some books and know how to read. The sad part is she is a girl's girl. I did her hair the other day. I told you guys, Mama stepped up to the plate. Yes, I did that myself. And the really crazy thing is she's like, oh, you did it better than the lady at the salon. I want you to do my hair all the time. I said, oh, Jesus Christ, what have I done? I don't have no 3 hours on a Saturday to be fighting you over your hair and you complain about, my head hurts. You know, Miss Andrea or Miss Rocio can do it like in 20 minutes. Wash, ding, 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 pyong, 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 and then we're done. I'm trying to find tools. Any of you have instead of me like finger rolling it, is there something else I can use that would get this kind of like smaller curls like this, but like a straw or something, and then I just pull it through? No heat, because I don't want to put heat on her hair. But if you have any recommendations, let me know, because I would be interested. And you know, I'll do it every once in a while, but I'm not doing it. We're not doing it no once a week, honey child. That ain't gonna happen. She's gonna go right back to the salon. Congratulations to Miss Cayman Universe. Tahiti Seymour is the young lady's name. She has graduated from some school in London. Is it the economic school? Something. But anyway, she has done well. We're proud of you, young lady. There you go. I don't know which pictures are Photoshop from which are not. but she did well. And, I think that she really put in the hard work from all the sources that I have heard, and it was well deserved. So no surprises here as far as I was concerned. So there's some other photos of her looking good, honey child. So congratulations to Tahiti. Good luck with your reign, and good luck at Jim wants to say who her mama is. Her mother is Malay. If you saw the mother, you'd understand why she's so pretty. I mean, she is gorgeous. She is her mom is Melanie Seymour. Melanie was in Miss Cayman once too. For some reason, I was thinking that Melanie won, and somebody recently told me no, that she didn't win, but I could have swore she won. Maybe she was a runner-up. I'm not sure, but her mom is gorgeous. Her mom could be a beauty queen herself. So yeah, she's absolutely gorgeous. Let me show you some. She can wear curly hair. She can wear hair straight. She just looks amazing, living her best life. Let me show you a picture. Hold on. Oh, here's a good one. This is a good one. Yeah, man, she looks fly. McFly. She's looking fly. Vertigolo, isn't it? No, I think it's Vertigolo or something. But anyway, here's her mom. As my aunt says, it's all in the genes, honey child. It's all in the genes. Yep, there's mama. The mama brought it. Not vertigo, Vertigolo, I think it's called. Inspiring says Latina blood. Is Melanie has Latina in her? I thought she was from West Beach. Yeah. She not Bea? Oh God, I have no idea. Anyway, congratulations, young lady. All the best to you. And mama's still slim and trim. I can tell you that. She got the fat genes from the other side of the family, if she has any. Because, oh, by the way, big shout out to brother Al Ebanks. He's a Leo as well, because it is Leo season. And brother Al has a birthday coming up a couple days before mine. He's going to be turning 25 again. Yeah, he looks about that. So here, him and Mel are very close. They're like brothers and sisters. And there she is with him at one of the parties. I don't know whose birthday party this was, probably hers. But he always throws a fabulous party as well every year. So I will be there. Jim says, yep, she definitely got her looks from her mama. You better believe it, honey child. Anywho, I'll put up the poll question. Thanks, Jasmine Lee. Is that how you pronounce it? Jasmine Lee? Vertigolo, yes. Cindy says 100 points for John. John Cayman boys up. Oh, Jesus Christ. Yeah, no, her, listen, she could have been a model. No problem. This is what we call my Cayman. And girl, she just pretty. Y'all see that? That's how we do it, We got a lot of pretty people right here in Cayman. Cha. Gorgeous. I think this was her birthday. Oh, here's another good picture of her. Yeah, she's a nice person too. Because listen, you can have all the looks in the world, but with the wrong attitude, y'all gonna be salt and not gonna make a difference. You can still be salt. So remember, attitude matters. Ray said, no, her mom is 100% Cayman. Brentley, today is your birthday. Happy birthday, fellow lioness and lions out there. Cameron said sisterhood used to be a thing. You mean the traveling sisterhood pants? Oh, that's just in the movies, child. Cindy says like mama, like daughter. Who is this calling me? Good morning. Hello.
Hello, good day.
Hi.
Hello. I just want to report something.
Okay, we're still on air. So do you want to publicly report it, or this is a private conversation? It's up to you.
No, I found a wallet in the road yesterday when I'm riding cycling.
Oh, okay. What's the name of the wallet?
Let me check the ID. Give me a second.
Okay, sure.
It's a driver's license.
Okay.
Driver's license. One second, what's the name? Epifania Taylor.
What's the first name? Epifania?
Yeah, Epifania
Taylor. Okay.
Yeah.
Just send me on WhatsApp 324-1612. Send me a picture of it so I can post it on social media as well.
Give me a second. 324?
Yeah, 1612.
324-1612. Okay.
All right. Thank you so much.
thank
Appreciate
you.
your honesty.
Right.
Thank you, sir.
There.
All right. Someone says, hey, nope. Malini's mother's from West Bay. Her father's from Georgetown. Lived next to Kirk's. I'm her stepbrother. My father was married to her mother. Oh, okay. I knew y'all was somehow siblings adjacent or something. Very, very nice. She's absolutely gorgeous. I love looking at her pictures. Some of y'all pictures I don't want to be looking at, but she's she's one that I love to look at. Okay, here's another good one. Look at that. So cute. Oh my God. So pretty. I tell you. Gorgeous. And like I said, she's got a really good heart. And that's what matters most. All these looks and y'all worried about looks and lashes and this and that and all kind of foolishness. I'm like, yeah, all right, whatever. Look at this picture. Nice, right? Mm-hmm. I can't be bothered. I'm like, have a good heart. You know, do good things and y'all will be all right. Look at Cindy. She's like, wow, you should do her makeup. Anyway, beautiful people, go out there and live your best life. You don't have to be a pageant queen to be happy. You can just be born in the month of August and then you're a queen anyway. So, you know, if you were lucky, then all good. Please have a fantastic day, folks. Yes, it looks like I'm headed for knee surgery. We're going to talk about that. I'm not really looking forward to it, but with this torn meniscus, I think I got to do it. Anyhow, please, will y'all stop talking about sweaty armpits when you're on stage? Put some respect on John's name, because right now he's clearly walking around with the big stick. Moon Man, which big stick you talking about? I don't know what kind of big stick you talking about, but chat, please. I don't even want to think about John at all. So if we can agree to that, we can quickly move on. Yeah, what a hot mess. Brandy says kaboom. Jonathan says beauty is in the eye of the beholder. Beauty pageants are run and operated by a group of people whose character and or the lack thereof is best described as a pond filled with liquid ick factor. Final caller of the day. Make it a good one and make it brief. Because it's now lunchtime.
The family to the bushes, and we don't got no ugly people in our family.
Let's hear this one now.
Our mama's a very sweet, nice person. I know her very good, and I know her father. And the family to the bushes.
Which bushes? McKeever Bush?
B-U-S-A, not B-U-C, B-U-S-C-H, right there. And is a bush.
Huh? B-U-S...
Family to me. And I got no ugly family.
You are Miss Shalma. I don't know what to do with you, you know.
You're not a but you're not a gorilla.
Oh, Jesus Christ. What a mess. Thank you so much for the confirmation.
And Brantley, the plum man, got birthday. Happy birthday, Brantley. Bring me some plums.
Mr. Yes.
It was my birthday. Bring me some plums for birthday present and give a bird 2 trees.
Oh, my Lord. Yes, sir. Thank you, honey child. I appreciate it. I'm going to show you guys some more pictures. Since we're here all over poor Melani's page, I might as well show you guys how absolutely gorgeous she is. Look at this one. Short hair and curly. Say what? Love it. Absolutely love it. Now this one, even shorter, but this is giving me like 1930s, you know, the outfit and the short hair. So pretty, right? One more for the road. One more for the road. Hold on, honey child. Hold on. Oh God, somebody's still calling me. They're like, girl, hurry up and get off your show because we got shit to do. Look at this one now. Kaboom! Yeah, buddy. Look at that beauty. Uh-huh. Cameron says big stick for picking mangoes. Yeah, must be for stealing people mangoes. All right, beautiful people. That's all I got for you today. That was more than enough. Go behave yourselves. Don't worry about what people think of your looks. There's much more important things for y'all to be focusing on. But, first impressions do matter. So do your best. But the world of pageantry is not for everyone. So just leave it alone. All right. CMR TV coming to come. Bop, bop, bop. September the 1st is going to be another big day in the expansion of CMR. We are getting ever closer to our content creators coming on full. Listen, Sabrina has been knocking out of the park. Dr. Carlos has been knocking it out of the park. And we have so much more that are coming. So I want you guys to stay tuned to K-Man's #1 source for news, sauce, and everything in between. We bring it to you like nobody else. See you guys tomorrow morning. Please tune in early. El Clase begins at 7:30 a.m. Until then, have a wonderful, super productive day. Go earn some money, honestly, and get some work done. All right. Bye-bye.
Thank you for tuning in to another episode of The Cold Hard Truth on Bobo 89.1 FM. Cayman's #1 talk show is live weekdays from 7:30 a.m. Never miss an episode again. Watch anytime on CMR's Facebook and YouTube channels for the latest show episodes. Don't forget to follow us online on our social media channels and visit CaymanMarlRoad.com for all the latest news and community happenings.